What did you think about last week's conversation? Let's start there. Yeah. Oh, you want to have a sec?
I found like there was to start with, I sort of was partially accepting a universal truth. I felt when I went home, I thought, okay, I'm going to see if I can accept this. And then I thought I might see if I can accept one on some sort of level each day. And then I thought, no, one each week would be enough. But each day
might go a long time if it's one each week.
But each day I felt like, wow, this is stuff I'm avoiding, and you know, like if I accept this and then feel what I need to feel around this, or and not even probably feel it very much, but to sort of see that I'm avoiding a pretty big truth here.
Yeah. So remember last week we were talking about there being a universal truth, which is God's truth, and it's infinite in its nature, but there's truths about everything, everything you could ever think of, about physical things, spiritual things, sexual things, emotional things. God set the truth of all these things, and that truth exists whether you accept it or not. So harmony with God and God's laws, and also harmony with God's love, depends on how much of that truth you personally accept. But you can't accept it in your mind. In fact, beyond the seventh sphere, it's impossible to understand with your mind. It has to be accepted with your feelings, with your emotions. And that's the area, wasn't it, that the majority of us think we've accepted some truth just by hearing it in our mind. We believe that if the truth is in our mind, then it means that I know it. But actually it means nothing of the sort. From God's perspective, it means you know nothing, actually. Because in the end, the mind itself, after you make the transition into at one with God, the mind itself really is absorbed into the soul, and the soul determines whether you understand something or not. So if you don't understand it with your feelings, then from God's perspective, you don't understand it. It's like you don't understand anything, right? So bearing that in mind, you can see that the key decision I need to make with my life is, am I going to choose to accept this universal truth in my feelings, in my heart, in my emotional state? Am I going to accept it? And that is a very, very big decision, actually, that each of us need to come to terms with. And very few people that I've ever met on earth have ever made that decision on earth. And the main reason why is because you have to basically give up all or any of your own concepts of what is truth in order to accept what God's truth is on any matter. So if you believe in a certain truth and you feel it in your heart that that particular thing is true, it's very hard for you to say, I'm going to give up that thing that I believe is true. You can't just say it. It has to be given up emotionally, and then you need to be able to accept a new truth emotionally. And unless that process can be achieved, you are not going to bring yourself in alignment with any of God's laws. And also, you won't even know how to receive God's love either, because God's love is a feeling as well. And it's also a truth that is governed by feelings. So you won't even be able to do that either. So most people who hear divine truth think, oh, I've heard a whole heap of things and I understand them. I get them. But as I said last week, the proof of whether you get them or not is basically, fundamentally, whether they're in your feelings. And remember, we raised the issue, didn't we, of that one issue of, do you believe in the spirit world? And remember I said, well, the majority of you say you do, but you don't. And why? Could I say that? Can you remember? Ronnie?
Because we're not acting, we're not changing our lives for that future.
You're not planning for the future in the spirit world. You're ignoring it, and therefore the fact that you're ignoring it proves that you don't really believe in it. It's not really something substantial to you. It's not something that is worth you even making a plan for. Remember, we gave the illustration, if you wanted to go on a holiday, you wouldn't make no plans at all, would you? And then the very next day go. You wouldn't even be able to go the next day if you didn't pick up fuel for your vehicle, all these other things you've got to do. So if you really believe you're going to do something, the truth is, in your day-to-day life, you do act. So if you really believe you're going to drive to Brisbane, you do act, and you make plans, and you make decisions, and you make sure that that particular thing happens, doesn't it? The fact is, when it comes to the spirit world, that we're not doing that, it proves that we don't believe in the spirit world. We don't believe I'm going to be there soon. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I've started planning.
You started planning last week about the spirit world?
Yeah. Next plan. No, I have a couple of questions about just particular questions regarding passing to spirit life. And I read Paget messages from Professor Sellards.
Yep.
And he said that there are two type of people passing. The ones that they are pretty ignorant about what is happening, and about the spirit world, and they come to a dark place. They even don't know if they have left the earth. And then there are those people that are more believing in the spirit world, and they have easier to adapt and getting assistance.
Yeah.
So and also there's so many stories about that. People that are left on the earth, they don't go over to the spirit world at all, and people that are going through the mist and getting the life in resume exposed to them.
Yeah.
And so
there's so many untruthful stories about the afterlife, isn't there?
Yeah.
And it's hard to know which one is true and which one is false.
Yeah, exactly. And also the question for me is the way you experience your passing, is that determined by your soul condition, or is it also determined by your belief systems?
Well, your belief systems are a part of your soul condition.
Oh, okay.
So yes, it is determined by your soul condition, but if you look at what your soul condition is, it's the sum total of your faith, your belief systems, the truth that's entered you, the emotions that you have, and also any substantial feelings you have about belief systems.
Yeah, but if I say that I believe in the spirit world, it could also only be here, couldn't it?
Yeah, well,
does that also?
As I said last week, the proof that you believe in the spirit world is, are you planning for it?
Yeah.
Because if you're not planning for it, you don't believe in it. No.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are some people on earth who have investigated spiritual matters more than others, but it's pretty rare, isn't it? For most people, while they're living on earth, their basic approach on earth is, while I'm living on earth, I'm going to focus all my attention on earth, focus all my relationships are on earth, all my friendships are on earth, all my the work that I do is about the earth, and all the work that I do is all very attached to all these physical things, like where am I going to live, what car do I drive, what job do I have, and all these other things. And that shows you that you've planned for the earth life to a degree when you do those things. But really we need to substantially be doing the same thing for our spirit life. Because otherwise, by the time we arrive, we're going to be completely ignorant, and it's going to be like going to a new country with a new language, with a new way of working, and we don't know anything about it. Yeah. And it's going to be very, very upsetting for the majority of us. Yeah. And we can mitigate that by our planning, just like you could mitigate it by planning when you want to go to an overseas country, you make some plans. Yeah. And so you mitigate what potentially may happen to a degree, and you're able to control to a degree what will happen, and you're able to understand it better when you plan. But the majority of us don't have the attitude of planning for it, for lots of reasons, but the main reason is because we don't believe in it. We don't believe it's important. If we believed it was important, you would do it. And so that means we don't believe it's important. So the trouble is with the majority of God's truths is we don't believe in them. Even when we say we believe in them, our actions are saying we don't. So even when we say, I really do believe in an afterlife, our actions are proving that for the most part, most of us don't believe in it, right? Because if you did, you would be, even from an early age, you'd be working towards, what am I going to do when I live there? What am I going to, where am I going to live when I live there? What determines where I live when I live there? what determines what I can do when I live there? You'd want to find out all of this information, and you'd want to make sure that information is truthful as well, of course. You don't want to be presented with a whole heap of things that are completely untrue and then you believe them. Yeah. And this is one of the things I notice with many mediums when they pass, is many mediums who pass think they understand the truth of the spirit world, and they frequently don't understand much of it at all. And they become very, very upset and disappointed after they pass. And I've had discussions with many mediums who have passed who have been in that state. That makes sense? So the key is the proof of whether we really believe something in our heart is whether we are actually living a life that's in harmony with that thing that would be in our heart. Right? So if you really believe in love, you would actually be taking loving actions every single day of your life, if you really believed in it. If you really believed in truth, you would be really seeking it every single day of your life, wouldn't you? If you believed it was something that was important. If you really believed in humility, you would make sure that every day you developed in humility further than you were yesterday. You would want to do those things. If you really, recognize the importance of faith, you would want to develop your faith every single day. If you recognize the importance of developing your will and making decisions and choices, then you'd want to make sure that every day you do make decisions and choices, rather than just sort of letting days go past where no decisions or choices were made. You would want to develop these aspects of our life, because we understand its importance if we really believed in them. So that was the primary principle of our discussion last week, wasn't it? And we used the example of the spirit world as an example of where it's proof most of us don't believe in it. And it's very interesting too that oftentimes the older a person gets, the more they don't believe in it, because the less they plan for it. They get more involved in their earth life. They do more things trying to catch up with friends because they think, I'm going to lose this life soon, so I've got to do more for the physical thing, more for the physical life, and they do less for the spiritual life. When you think logically, you go, that's a bit crazy, because it would be better, wouldn't it? Given the fact that I'm closer to that life, it would be better that I knew more about it, not less about it. And so what I notice is a lot of older people actually spend a lot of their time visiting family, visiting friends, traveling around, Earth, on holidays and looking at different places. They spend more of their life in their old age doing that, in their older years. And I'm going, well, yeah, you're planning less for the spirit world, actually. In fact, what you're doing is you're becoming more tied to the very world you're going to leave behind. And this is why most people, when they pass, are earthbound. And most people on earth, when they pass, are earthbound for a solid 50 years or more, because their family is still on earth, their friends are still on earth, they've invested all their time on earth, all of their welfare and all their job was on earth, and they're so invested in all of those things that all they can think about is, if I leave that behind, what have I got? And for the majority of us, because we haven't developed anything about the spirit world, we've got nothing. Nothing for the spirit world. And even our soul condition is relatively poor. So we've literally got nothing. We're poor when we arrive there. And you can be as rich as you want here on earth, but if you're poor in your soul condition, you pass, it's going to be like you have nothing. You don't have a house, you don't have any possessions, you don't have anything to make you comfortable. If your soul condition has not been improved, you're stuffed for a while, not permanently, but for a while you're in a very traumatic state, because you've lost everything and you don't know how to gain anything. So it's a very traumatic experience for most people who pass, for that reason. Yep. So as Joseph said in the messages you've read, those people who arrive ignorant, and even those with a tiny little bit of information, are better off than arriving in ignorance. And remember, ignorance is not determined by your head. It's determined by your feelings, whether you're ignorant or not. So,
but what about the people that are being earthbound?
Yep.
Are they so attached to their families, or?
Well, if you think about the average person living their life on earth, what they're doing is they're not accepting God's truth. They only have their own. They don't want to accept the truth about the spirit world. They only have their own ideas and concepts, which are very indeterminate, undetermined, and very hazy and like cloudy, in terms of what those beliefs are. And so they invest all of their life on earth. So by the time they pass, the majority of people don't even realise they've passed, because they're still invested in all their life on earth. They just start realising that nobody's talking to them anymore. And some of them just think that's a sign that they don't like them anymore or whatever, but they still are invested in what's going on earth. And that investment can remain a long time while you've got family and friends and children, and all of your house is still there exactly as it was, and all the things you owned are still there, And if you want to stay attached to all of those things, you're going to just be earthbound for the time that you want to be attached to them. And for the majority of people, that is almost another lifetime.
Can I ask a question more?
Yeah.
What about if you are passing to the spirit world? Can you decide to come back and sort of be earthbound, or
of course you can. You can make a decision to, but most people, the decision is automatic based on their feelings.
Yeah.
So what you call making a decision is in reality what, from God's perspective, the feelings you have are the decision you're making. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
So your will, what you call your will, most people think of their will as, I think something and then I do it. But actually that isn't true. What it is your will is what you feel you do, right? So if for example, you're not in some way attached to your spirit life before you pass, the only feelings you're going to have are for your earth life that you just left behind. And so those feelings will be the choice you make to follow them. And you'll just live in those feelings. That is the use of your will, living in the feelings you have, not your thoughts. So a lot of people believe, and many people who hear divine truth believe, that now that they know divine truth, when they pass it's going to be better. But actually, if the things aren't true in your feelings, it's not going to be better. In fact, you're going to be more frustrated because you're going to think you know, but you're going to be back where the feelings dictate you will be, wherever that was. And if the feelings have been neglected in their development, then whatever is going on in your head is really immaterial, isn't it? Because it's going to be the feelings that dictate where you arrive, what happens, what you do. That's all going to be dictated by your feelings. So a lot of people believe they can think their way out of being earthbound. But you can't. Because your feelings will determine whether you're earthbound. That makes sense? Yeah.
So even if you're in the hells, you can feel that you are. Can you get away from being in the hells by wanting to come back to the earth?
Well, you can't get away from being in the hells. You're still in that condition. But you can certainly come back to earth and ignore the condition. Yeah, which is what a lot of people do, certainly. So you can certainly ignore the condition that where your home is in the spirit world. Because you think about it, you arrive in the spirit world and all of a sudden you haven't got a nice pretty home to live in. You're not comfortable anymore. And for most people who pass, they're in a smelly, rat-infested place when they pass. Most people on earth, and I'm talking about like 99% of people who pass into this state. So that applies to many of you. If you pass, this is where it's going to happen unless you change. So they pass into this sort of rat-infested hellhole that's dark and no real sun, no real light. It's based on their condition of love and their soul condition. And because they haven't understood what their soul condition means, they've only developed themselves intellectually, and that's useless. The soul condition will determine where you go. And then you go there and you go, gee, I don't like it here. Well, of course you don't like it there, right? It's a reflection of your own condition. So most people wouldn't like it there. But what happens is they then go, well, I'd rather go back to earth and see what's going on there. So even if you know you're dead, which some do, they still feel the desire to come back to earth because living in the hells where their soul has attracted and their home and the home is attracted feels too bad, and so they don't want to live there, and so they come back to earth and want to live on earth still.
but they still take this condition with them.
That's right, and so they're earthbound by choice. But again, the choice is their feelings. The feelings are, I don't want to be where I am there, so I want to be where I am somewhere else. And on earth, you can get away with doing that to a degree if you've got enough energy to do it. Some spirits pass in such poor energy state that they can't even do that. They don't even have enough energy to come back to earth. But that's a fairly rare thing. Most people have the energy, and so they do. They come back to earth and stay on the earth for a long time. Usually until their children and their grandchildren have passed. And by then, all their friends have passed, and all the people they knew have passed. And by then, usually their home that they had is demolished. And so by then, there's nothing left on earth anymore. And also, they've now had 50 to 100 years in this state, and they're bored with it, because it's very hard in that state to influence anybody or to get any happiness from what you do. So they're pretty bored with it. And so then they go, maybe I should feel that where else can I go? And so a feeling then develops within them of wanting to know where else they can go. And that feeling then dictates how much they learn. Yeah. And obviously it's the feelings that are primary importance, not the thoughts. Yeah. And there's many statements in the Paget messages, if you read them correctly, you'll see that there's many of Ned's friends who passed over and they've tried to use their thoughts to progress and found they couldn't. And then they realised they had to use their morals to progress, and then they found they could at least progress a bit then by developing themselves morally. But the better thing, of course, is to develop your soul condition, which includes your morals, but also, in receiving some of God's love means that your condition changes more rapidly. But the average person doesn't do any of those things. It'd be one person in anywhere from 100 to 1,000. One person in 100 to 1,000 who'd do that. Yeah, the rest do the normal thing, which is not prepare in the emotions for the spirit world, arrive there completely in the dark, literally and figuratively in the dark, and then they sort of go, I don't like it here, go back to earth for a while, stay at earth for as long as it is possible. Then after a while it gets so boring and so annoying to stay on earth being a spirit, because nobody listens to you and nobody wants to hear what you got to say, and you can't really interact with anybody very much, and all the family and friends are basically doing the wrong thing. What you want them to do, what they want to do are completely different things, and so often that frustrates you, and after a while you get so frustrated that you want to find something else, and then that feeling of wanting to know causes you to want to discover where you now will live and so forth. Yeah. Thanks, El.
With we've been talking a lot about the 5 principles and all of those things, and our will.
Yep.
If we develop those, that's prepping a lot for the spirit world, isn't it? And I'm also thinking, if you really wanted to know, you'd need the desire first. I'm asking, would you need the desire first? Because then when you're asleep, you could actually be doing a lot of work while you're asleep, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Of finding things out and preparing and understanding things, like practicing.
Correct. Yes.
But when we talk about preparing for the spirit world, it's not like going and figuring out exactly where you're going to go. Like, yes, you can do that. It involves that. Obviously, you'd be thinking about that. But what is the very best prep work you can do is
the 5 principles and your soul work. Yeah. Because I'm thinking about you keep saying about the language is different. What is the language? Is that about feelings? Yeah.
Yeah.
And see, most of you are used to not even having feelings when you talk to each other.
Yeah.
Most of you go, "How are you today? What's the feeling?" I hope they don't say too much in return, because I'll have to listen to it. So in the spirit world is, I hope you don't say too much to me. So what is the other person feeling? Don't say anything to me. Okay, I won't talk. Do you know what I mean? So even just with our day-to-day conversation, there's a lot where we're not engaging our feelings.
Yeah.
And since there's a lot we're not engaging our feelings, the reality is a lot of those conversations from God's perspective didn't happen, but also they won't happen in the spirit world, because everything will be based upon what you feel in the spirit world. So if you feel like a bit sleary towards Mary, it'll be written on your face, and that's what you'll feel.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There won't be oh, Mary, you're a very nice person. Like all that. None of that fake stuff. That's all. And even in the hells, that's like that. You can't fake anything in the hells. It's like you can't go, oh, I'm in a really good condition, like in the hells, because you look at a person's body in the hells and they're half fallen apart and they've got nasty feelings coming from them and everything, and nobody can. And this is why when people pass, they often revert to very bad behaviour after they've passed, because they realise they can't hide anything like they used to on earth. And so what they do is they don't bother hiding anything, and they just become the very thing they were hiding. Yeah. And that's a better state, obviously, because at least it's more honest. But it's also impossible to fake.
And is that why you can't understand? Like, I'm wondering, can you not understand people if you can't feel? But you can obviously see things.
Quite often you've heard even us talking to spirits where they said, I don't really understand what you're saying. And if you look at the Paget messages again, there's plenty of times when Ned's trying to say some things to me and they say, look, I don't really know what you're saying. And even though it's quite clear in the message, the words that Ned's using, it's quite clear. The feeling in them is, I don't understand what you're saying. Yeah. Because the feelings will dominate how you hear everything. And so you won't be able to understand things.
I see, yeah, so if I've got a feel like, I'm trying to think, like if I've got a feeling of nobody's going to like me or whatever, that's going to dominate, so I'm not even going to be able to feel what's really
coming. Or even hear when somebody likes you.
Yeah.
You won't even hear it. It's like, it affects how you listen, it affects how you see things, it affects what you choose to do. Most of you, once you become aware on earth, you'll realise this is also true on earth.
Yes,
But most of us don't think it's true.
Yeah.
Until we become, a spirit, and then we start realising, oh, that was true on earth as well. But for most of us on earth, we think that the talk, listen, look, anything we see, hear, and that are tangible. But the reality is, for the majority of us, they're not, because they're not what we feel anyway.
Yeah, and you can't, because I'm thinking on earth, sometimes you can go, no, like you convince yourself, like go, no, they do. And I'm just wondering, in the spirit world.
Well, again, you do convince yourself by the action only.
Yes.
But you're not feeling it.
Correct.
So it's only through the observation of actions over a long period of time that you start to believe something, oftentimes. But unless you can feel it. If you can feel it, then the belief is immediate, and the actions taken are immediate. But if you don't feel it, the actions taken will be you won't take any action if you don't feel it. And this is the problem that most of us face, is we're so used to on earth just taking actions based on an intellectual thought that we don't understand how the spirit world works at all. Yeah. And so by the time we arrive, it's like arriving in a new country that's got a completely different language, and we've got no idea how to circumnavigate it, how to get around it, how to work our way through it, unless we educate. And so the reason why I thought that was a good example last week to use is because it's something most of us don't even consider. Yeah. Right? There are other things, of course, that some of us occasionally consider, which where the universal truth, we start to be a bit open to some of it sometimes. And most of us don't realise that God is attempting to get you to be really, really open to universal truth all the time. That he is personally interested in you, in your emotions, accepting universal truth. Because God knows that the more out of harmony you are with universal truth, the more unhappy you will be. And that applies whether we're parents or children or we're partners. The more unhappy something is, it's because we have not listened or emotionally absorbed universal truth. That's why we're unhappy. Does that make sense to everyone? So God's purpose is to go, what can I do to help Ange accept some more universal truth? What can I do to help Corny accept some more universal truth? God is interested in how much universal truth you personally accept at any one point in time. Because God knows, God's desire is for you to be happy. And so God knows the only way you're going to be happy is by accepting more universal truth. And for the majority of us, there's internal truths, which we call truths, which last week I said is probably a bad thing to call them, right? Because anything that's not universal truth is false. Everything that's not universal truth is false. So what we call our truth, we should really call it our false. because there's no such thing as our truth, because it's all universal truth. All the truths are God's truths, and it's just whether those truths are in my soul or not determines whether I am in harmony with them. But anything that's in me is not universal truth. If it's in me independently of being universal truth, then it's not truth in me, it's false in me. And any false in me has to be removed from me before I can accept truths on the same matter. So the trouble is, the more I believe I know what the truth is, most of the time, the more out of harmony with the truth I actually am. Right? With God's universal truth, I actually am. And the more out of harmony with God's universal truth that I am, the more unhappy I am, and the more unloving I become, and the more fearful I am, and the more controlling and abusive and demanding and whatever else that is out of harmony with love I am. That is an automatic given, because I haven't accepted the universal truth in me. So the fundamental decision I have to make from a will-based decision, the very first, you could say the very most important will-based decision I need to make is, am I going to accept this universal truth that God has? Am I going to accept it in my feelings? Am I going to feel it? Am I going to choose to feel it? That's the biggest decision I can make in my life, really. And it's bigger than the decision to be loved even, because you won't even know how to be loved unless you accept some truth about love and how it works. You won't even know how to love. So accepting this universal truth in your heart is the biggest and most important decision you will ever make in your entire life for your happiness and your future. And that's why last week I raised the matter with you. Yeah? But the law measures your actual feelings, not the ones you manufacture, yes, and not the ones you imagine you have. Yes. And not also the ones that you sort of have as your tantrums. The tantrums are not true feelings in harmony with God's truth. They are error-based feelings. So if you examine that and you go, well, what are my feelings on earth? Well, for the majority of us, I'd say we don't know what they are. That's true. But why don't we know? Isn't it because we don't want to know? Because the majority of our feelings are actually quite sad, and some of them are shameful, and some of them are angry, and some of them are bitter, and some of them are resentful. And we've got all of these feelings that the majority of us want to basically go, I'd like to ignore that. I would like to ignore that I'm like that. Right? And so on earth we have a chance to try to manufacture things, but in the spirit world you're not going to be able to manufacture it. You're just not going to be able to. Your feelings will be present, whatever they are. And if the feeling is you don't care about anything, then that will be the feeling. You know, if your feeling is you want to stay ignorant for the rest of your life, then that will be the feeling. You know, it just depends on what you feel right at any one point in time as to what will happen in the spirit life. By the way, this truth exists here on earth, of course, but the majority of us live a very intellectual space where we think we can manufacture things, and we think that we can avoid what we call, pain, which is really avoiding what we call emotional pain. Most of us on earth believe we can do that successfully using lots of different techniques. So what do? We, get distractions, we stay busy, we, get engaged with addictive substances or addictive practices, or, we do all of these things to avoid our feelings. So the reality is God designed you to be able to feel everything from the moment you're born. And what we've learnt to do since we're born is we've learnt how to shut it down. And the majority of us are not as effective at it as we believe, because most of the time it's written on our face, and you know it's definitely in all of our actions. You know, these feelings that we have are in all of our actions. But the majority of us even then go and maintain a fake facade to ourselves. It's like we have a mirror that's got a picture of our perfect self on it, and when we look into it, we go, oh, aren't I quite perfect? You know, like. But actually, if we took the picture off and we looked at the real self, you'd be shocked, you know, for the majority of us that would be the case. But we don't want to look at it, so we put the picture of our perfect self back on there, what we imagine our perfect self to be. And when we look in the mirror, that's really what we go, aren't I so lovely? That's my perfect self. And we don't even consider in any way what is the reality of our existence on earth. But the fact that we're doing that is proof we don't believe in a spirit world. It's also proof that we don't believe that emotions are good. It's proof we don't believe in humility. It's proof that we don't really even believe in love. We don't even know what love is yet, because you wouldn't do those things if you loved. So it's evidence. And yet most of us are unwilling to look at the evidence. So Paul, in answer to your question, the majority of us on earth are unwilling to look at the evidence that's staring us back in the face from our mirror, for the most part. But we're unwilling to examine it and look at it and see. And fortunately, the law of attraction is already showing it in our life. But most of us also blame that on other people, don't we? So instead of going, so let's say I'm bringing up children as an example we've used recently, right? I'm bringing up children, by the time they're 2, they dominate my entire life. Well, that tells you a lot about your soul condition, right? Doesn't it? It really does tell you a lot. But most people say, no, it's the kids. They've got their own mind, and what can I do about that? And you know, most people blame somebody else for that state of existence being true. And so when we are presented with the facts from the attractions that we have in our life, we often ignore them on purpose. Yep. So you think, Paul, in your case, you've had so many relationships that are broken down, right? In terms, so there's some truth being presented to you. How you're treating women is out of harmony with love. That's the truth, right? But you would rather believe it's how the women treat you. Does that make sense? And that's a normal way of thinking. Most people think that. It's how, like, I want the relationship, so it must be them. That's causing the problem, right?
We'd be together if it wasn't for them.
We'd be together if it wasn't for them, you know, like it wasn't for them making worse decisions or something. But the law is already showing us, is already really the actual mirror. It's actually presenting a more truthful picture of ourselves to ourselves in most cases. But for the majority of us, we ignore that as well because we blame other people for that.
And what you're saying is, isn't it? It's showing us a very, if we're really sensitive, it's not just, oh, I'm unloving to women, for example. Or it's showing us really nuanced, very particular things.
The details of where.
Yes.
And why.
Yes.
And everything.
Where I'm willing to be unloving to myself and others. Yeah. And the whole thing, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not just a blanket, you know, you're unloving, but it's all the details of where you're unloving, why you're unloving in those areas, and all of it's getting presented. The majority of us, you know, when we look in the mirror, it's like we have makeup on, you know, and that we've put on ourselves. And the effect of having makeup on is you can plaster it on so thick, can't you? Then in the end you have no wrinkles.
Is it? What is that thing?
As long as you don't move your face.
Filters. I've got my nice filter. Yeah.
You know, you can plaster it on that strongly, just so that you see yourself differently. You can plaster it on so strongly that you can even make a different face, if you wanted to. And the problem is, as soon as day-to-day life catches up with you, the cracks start appearing and so forth. But, you know, that's how most of us are. We'd prefer to plaster it on and ignore it, you know. Yeah, Jada?
If I let myself go as, like, if I want to be really honest with myself about exactly what I want from people.
Yep.
like if I had my ideal situation, how people would act towards me, like how, like for me, how women would act towards me, like how I'd really like them to. That like a good way to see what my true condition is.
It is, yeah. But it's interesting that you didn't ask the question how you act towards others in your ideal situation, which is actually what determines your condition the most. Not how other people act towards you, but how you act towards others. You see, for the majority of us, we're just saying, we're saying, like, I can see my own condition by what I demand from you. That is true. But actually, I also need to ask, what am I willing to give you? You see, what I'm willing to give you determines my condition to a great degree, doesn't it? Yep. So if I'm not willing to give you even what I am demanding in return, that's not very ethical. Yep. But also, if I'm not willing to give you what I would like to receive in return, that's unethical too, right? So I think the more important question is, what am I willing to give others? See, in your situation with women, let's say, you got, I want these things from women, but very rarely do you ask yourself, what are you wanting to give to women? What is it you desire to give to women, even if none of them give anything to you? What are you going to give to them?
At the moment.
At the moment, yeah, that's the feeling you have. Nothing. I don't want to give anything unless I'm going to get something back. And if most of us consider our relationships, that's how we feel. If I don't get something back from this person, I'm not going to give them anything, right? There needs to be, most of us feel there needs to be some quid pro quo, right? Some kind of return, some kind of, like, if I'm willing to, create a house for Mary, she's got to be willing to give me some sex and, and clean it and prep my meals for me and do a whole heap of other things, right? That's what the average person thinks. And this is how roles develop in a family. Like, I'm willing to do that thing, she needs to be willing to do this thing. And if I am willing to accept this role, she needs to be willing to accept that role. And then I'm getting something in return for what I do. And then I feel, oh, this is a real lovely relationship. And I'm going, no, this is not a relationship at all. This is a bartering system. It's not a relationship. A relationship is where I'm willing to give everything I want to give, and I don't need anything at all from my partner, at all, even love, even respect, even honor, nothing. That I'm willing to give of myself everything, right, while at the same time receive nothing.
That sounds terrible.
Right. Now, of course, there'll be loving guidelines that we're of that, won't there? So in other words, I'm not going to keep giving to somebody who's thankless. Does that make sense? But I can still have the feelings of wanting to, but realize actually it's not right to if the person's thankless. But as soon as I have the feelings of resentment that says, I don't want to effing give you anything now, which is what most of us develop over time, right? Now I'm way out of harmony with love myself, right? Yeah, and I've got all this build up of rage and resentment occurring in myself after that. And now, can you see, I'm only going to do something for somebody else if they do something for me. And a lot of times they need to do it for me first, before I'll do it for them. Isn't that true? For the majority of us, that's how we actually are if we're truthful about it. Now, that's not a loving place. And it's not, but if you pass into the spirit world in that place, imagine what that's going to be like. You're going to be wanting everybody else to do something, but you're unwilling to do anything. Yeah. And where will my place of location be? Probably under those circumstances. It's well in the hells, isn't it? Solid in the hells, because I'm not loving. I'm not willing to risk anything of myself to give to another. And love wants to give gifts to others. And if I don't, in my heart, want to, then I don't love. And I can think I love. I think I'm kind and nice. But if I don't, in my heart, want to give something to you, I'm not kind or nice.
So, like, I couldn't even do it at the moment without figuring out why I don't want to.
That's right. You got to obviously, but you can see. The first thing you need to do is come face to face with, this is how I am. You can't, like, would I give things to other people even if I receive nothing in return? Would I do that? You've got to be honest with yourself about that. Or am I, and a lot of people think they do, but they're actually receiving some addictions in return. Mm-hmm. Do you understand? Like, you see this a lot with volunteers. Mm-hmm. They volunteer, they're giving their time, but the addiction they get is praise. Mm-hmm. They get that addiction met. Now, that's one thing that in the God's Way organisation we're trying to not do, to give what I would classify as constant unnecessary praise. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? It's okay to say one time, that's a great job, thank you very much, but to actually do it over and over again, aren't you fantastic, you're doing this great job, and geeing you up every time you visit. And every Saturday we have this session out the front where Mary gets out, oh, I'm so glad all of you here, it's so wonderful you've all come, you are all so important people to us. And can you see what she would be doing there is feeding a whole heap of addictions.
That's what I want.
Yeah, that's right, that's what the average person wants. To get a whole heap of addictions fed before they do something good. Mm-hmm. You understand? Now, from God's perspective, if that's why you're doing something good, it's like you never did something good. Right? The good thing has to be motivated from your feelings, independent of what you're given. Now, in God's way, we've got to create, or we're trying to create, the same atmosphere as what would be in the spirit world as to what you would experience. So in the spirit world, you're not going to have a cheer team come to you when you're in the hell saying, come on, yeah, you can get out of this place. It's so, you know.
It's not really that bad.
It's not going to be like that.
All right.
Unless you have a desire that says, I want to get out of this place, and then 50 people will come to you to help you. Do you understand? But it will have to be a real pure desire to get out of the place, not something you've had to be, you know, like encouraged to do, prompted to do. Yeah? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah,
Jade?
thank you.
Yeah.
I was just going to add as well, or just like wanting to get out of the pain, you know, like a desperate kind of neediness to just not be in pain anymore.
That's right. Yeah.
It seems like asking is something different to that.
It is.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So you can see for yourself, Sorsh, a lot of the motivations you've had in the past have been, I just want to get out of pain. Yeah. And then when the pain of where you're headed might be greater than the pain you're in, you go, I don't want to go anywhere then. Mm-hmm. You know, you want to get numb then. And obviously if you have those attitudes in the spirit world, it's going to be quite hard to progress, because every bit of progress revolves around releasing some pain, releasing something that's sad or angry or, you know, shameful or something within yourself needs to get going before you can progress. And so if all your goal is to do is to avoid the pain, can you see it's not going to be a very fast progress in the spirit world if I do that. Yeah? Yeah. Or on earth for that matter. Yeah. Yeah. You can also see that it's motivated by selfishness.
Yeah, exactly.
It's completely selfish. It's sort of like, oh, I'm only doing this because I need to have less pain in my life, you know? A lot of times when we talk to parents firstly, it's like that, isn't it?
That's what I'm feeling is just after Elias was born. You know, I was so angry and sad, and I just wanted all the pain to go away. Yeah. And I wanted help, but I didn't want to ask calmly, you know, I just was kind of just, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of times we're sort of in a panic about our pain, and all we want is it to go away, and in that place we can be often very selfish. Yeah. And also our motive is just help me avoid some pain, not help me progress properly and help me bring up my children properly, help me become a teacher to my children. A lot of that's not our underlying goal. It's just, how can I avoid the pain of them being demanding all the time and me getting no sleep and, you know, and being pressured all the time, really. That's the underlying feeling most parents have. And this is where, again, we don't understand, unless if we were in the spirit world in that state, nobody would respond to us. Nobody would. In fact, they'd purposely step away from us, waiting for us to change that state, you know. And they'd be around us waiting for that change, but they're not going to engage us until we make that change. And this is where, you know, if we can understand these principles on earth, then we're way ahead of the game when it comes to the spirit world. Way ahead. You know, you can, if you understand these principles on earth, by the time you arrive in the spirit world, it's like everything that's presented to you is new. It's like,
I'll grab that, I'll go for that, I'll do this, I'll do that. And like it's like going into a wonderland, really. You know, not a hellish black country, which is what the experience is for most people, but rather a wonderland where you can just you can get this new truth, and you can understand that, you can feel that in your soul, you'll progress then, and everything can be quite beautiful in that state. And by the way, everything on earth can be quite beautiful in the same state, actually. But the majority of us are so tied up in our what we wish to avoid, the pain we want to not experience. You know, we're seeking pleasure without there being any moral compass for the most part. You know what I mean by that, where the morality of what we're seeking is not questioned. We just seek it. Like you look at an example of that is you look at Western life. The average person wants to have a nice house, but they've not considered the morality of what they're seeking. Because if everybody on the planet had a house like that you could find, say, in the USA, where double-story thing taking 1/4 of an acre of space, there'd be no resources left on Earth to build them. You know, so you know, we're not considering that if everybody had what I wanted, new boat, new car, new house, new this, new that, where would the Earth be? You see, a person who's moral would be going, okay, there's a whole heap of things that I might think I want, but at the end of the day, if everybody had that, the Earth would be a terrible mess, and there'd be no trees. You know, hardly anywhere place to grow any food, let alone anything else. If that's what would be the result, if 8 billion people chose what I want, then I shouldn't be choosing what I want, because it's unethical, right? And most of us don't think that way. Most of us think, well, the people that are hard up, well, they're hard up, and I don't have to be hard up, and so I'll do my own thing. And we don't think in a way that goes, if everybody was doing this thing, what would happen to the Earth? If everybody was doing this thing, what would happen to our environment? If everybody was doing this thing, what would happen to every interaction with people? If everybody did this thing, you know? And the majority of us don't have that level of ethics to make that kind of decision making, but we need to, because that's the kind of ethics that God expects from you when you're in the spirit world, to know those things. Archie?
How do we develop that level of ethics and morality like what you described?
Well, obviously, it requires a lot of love, doesn't it, to get into that state. Now, you know there's two sources of love. There's the one source comes from within you, and that would have to be developed in some way. The other source comes from outside of you, from God, which can be received. But if you don't do one or the other, you will be in an unloving state. And when you're in an unloving state, you are selfish and you don't consider things ethically. So the only way true ethics can be developed is by getting into a more loving state. And there's only a couple of ways you can get into a more loving state. One way is with God's help, and the other way is doing it yourself, right? But either way, you need to get into a more loving state if you want to be more ethical, yeah? And the kind of ethics we need is far exceeding what the earth believes is ethical, what people on earth believe is ethical, you know? And most people on earth believe that I let people do their own thing, and as long as they let me do mine, that's their ethics, right? Well, that's pretty silly ethics, actually, if you think about it, because if everybody chose to do what the richest people in the Western countries were doing, none of us would even finish up with water to drink or have food to eat, because there'd be so many resources being used, right? So we don't consider the ethics of what we choose, yeah? And this is the problem we face, is that unless the feelings of truth are in our soul, it won't even pass our mind to consider it. It won't even enter our thoughts to consider these things. Right? And you can have some guy claiming to be Jesus telling you should think about it, and even if you believe he's Jesus, and you still, if it doesn't enter your heart, you still won't hear him. You still won't listen. You still will do your own thing. You understand? Mm-hmm. So it really gets down to your personal choice, not who talks to you, not who influences you, nothing of that. It really gets down to you. What decision are you going to make? is are you going to make a decision to be more loving or not? Are you going to make a decision to have God's truth, universal truth, enter your heart so that it's actually there, or are you just going to ignore it? Right? What are you going to do? And of course, there's going to be consequences for the choices you make, and those consequences won't just affect you. They'll affect everyone around you. They'll affect your family, your friends, even people on the other side of the world are being affected by your choice right now. You know? So unless we become more loving as a collective, none of these things can change. Yeah? Does that answer your question? Now, that's a very generalized answer. That's when it comes to the individual things that we can do, well, you can see there's a lot we can do, can't there? In every moment, you can say, am I being loving?
Yes.
But the question won't even pass your mind unless that feeling to question that is in your heart.
Yeah.
It won't, you'll go and do something, and then afterwards you go, oh, maybe that wasn't so good. That's how most people are. They make decisions and choices, and then afterwards they look back at them and go, oh, maybe that didn't work out too well. But the majority of us do that because the ethical, loving, truthful thing is not in our heart. It doesn't exist there. And so naturally, it doesn't even pass our mind to even think, I need to question whether what I'm doing is loving or not in this moment. It doesn't even cause us to question that. Yeah? Yeah, so, if we even look at things like water and food and how we use water and food, if everybody on earth did this, would it work out well? How we use our vehicles, if everyone on earth did this, would it work out well? What we want in terms of our desires, if everyone on earth did this, how would it work out? And once you start questioning those things regularly, because the feeling to question them is in your heart, it can guide your actions in a loving direction quite strongly. Yeah.
So it's first getting a feeling in you, because then you can make the decision to truly question, and then that can further guide your actions.
That's right. So the problem we face when we're educating people, because basically my life for the last 2,000 years has been a life of being a teacher. Yeah. Does that make sense? And just teaching people. The problem with teaching people is if you can't, the substantial thing you need to teach them is that this truth has to be in their own feelings before they can act positively. And unless the truth is in their own feelings, anything they listen to or hear is really a waste of time, isn't it? Unless it's opening their feelings in some way, it's pretty much a waste, right? And in some ways, that's how I feel about all the things I've taught thus far. I sort of thought, well, how many people have opened their feelings since I've been teaching? Very few. And because of that, a lot of the time spent is just sort of wasted, because you end up, and my main question that I ask myself all the time is, how can I affect people's feelings more? Does that make sense? Because if I can somehow affect your feelings more in such that you can allow the feelings of God's truth to enter your heart, if that can be achieved, then you'll make decisions in harmony with the truth that you're listening to, right? But if I'm only influencing your thoughts, it's almost like I haven't talked at all. Yeah? Nothing's changed. If your feelings haven't changed, your motivations won't change, your desires won't change, you won't feel motivated to do to live God's truth in your life and in your heart. You won't be motivated to do it. So unless a teacher can influence the feelings of a person, one way or the other, really his teaching is a waste of time, isn't it? And if you think back to even your school years, when a teacher has influenced your feelings in some way, wasn't that the time you learnt the most?
Or influence my faith.
Yeah, that's part of your feelings.
Because you can influence people's feelings, like we were saying, in a very addictive way. G you up and tell you.
That feeding addiction is not changing a person's feelings. In fact, if anything, it's making their feelings more distorted, isn't it? It's like if Jada would come along to me and he was only going to work if I gave him approval every day, and I told him, isn't he wonderful every day, and he's so great, and you know, and I was very, what do you call it, overt, effusive in my praise, and I glorified him and really made him feel great as a person. Now, he might do some work, right? And if I paid him well as well, on top of that, you know, money often influences people a lot. So now he'll do the work. But if I take away all those things from him, will he do the work? Now, probably by the time he's got all those things from me, if I took them all away, he'd even be angry with me. He probably wouldn't do the work at all, right? So what we need is people who will do the work because they want to, right? Not because of all those other things that are happening. Like, you know, with the work you did this morning, the environmental work, which is tidying up the mess that humans have created, right? If you look at that environmental work, if somebody praises you for it, gives you some attention for it, and does all these things for it, you'll be more likely to do it. But will it come from your heart? So from God's perspective, it's like it never happened, right? If you are motivated personally to do it, you will do it even if no one's around. And even if you never get a personal reward other than the reward of the accomplishment of what you've done, that would be enough for you. Just that. And you would be motivated to do it. See, I do the work when you're not here. Yeah. So I haven't got anybody even organising it for me or making it happen or telling me I should do it or making me notice that the job is there to do. I don't have anybody telling me any of those things, right? I want to do that. I want to notice. I want to see. I want to take the action. My general philosophy in life now is 2 to 3 hours a day on environmental work is what you do. You know, fixing up the environment, fixing up the damage that other people have done, or even that I've done. This is what you do. A couple of hours a day, you do it every day. After a week, it's 10 to 15 hours. After, a month, it's 30 to 60 hours. After a year, that's a lot of time. And if everybody on the planet did it, probably within a year or two, we'd have a fixed environment, right? Yeah. So that's my general philosophy, and I can't suggest that to you unless I'm doing it, right? So that's what I do. But I do that whether you want me to or not, and whether you like me doing it or not, and whether you help me or not, or whether you pay me or not, And this is the trouble for most people in society is we only do things when we're paid or when we're glorified or given attention or approval or some kind of acceptance. That's the only time we do it. Yeah. But from God's perspective, that's like we never did it. Right? So when we go into the spirit world, we say, I did all these things. And there's a scripture in the Bible that says, did I not prophesy in your name? Did I not do all these works in your name? Did I not? Do you want me to read it? I think I can remember what it is. I'll grab it. Not everyone saying to me, Lord, Lord, will enter into the kingdom of the heavens, but the one doing the will of my Father who is in the heavens will. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name and expel demons in your name and perform many powerful works in your name? And yet I will confess to them, I never knew you. Get away from me, you workers of lawlessness. Right? So that's an actual thing I said in the first century. And the reason why I said it is that the majority of us think that if we do some things without feeling them, then it means that it has value. And as I was trying to get across to the people who were listening to that, I was trying to get across that unless you do them with your heart, they have no value. Right? Unless you come here or go anywhere to do some environmental work because you are driven to do it, what you've done has no value from God's perspective. Right? It's only when it's in your heart that it has value. So that you can see the key thing from that is it's got to be in my heart. Right? A bit further later in the similar talk that I was having to people, I said another thing. I don't know if I can remember exactly where it is in the Bible, of course, now, but now where is it? I can't remember where it was. here it is. This is why I speak to them in illustrations, because looking, they look in vain, and hearing, they hear in vain. Neither do they get the sense of it. So in other words, I was saying to people, look, you can think you see something and you don't. You can think you hear something and you don't. Because you're not, if you don't have the sense of it in your heart, you don't know it. Whether you think you can see it or hear it, you don't know it. And then I said, towards them, the fulfillment of the prophecy of Isaiah it is having fulfillment. By hearing, you will hear, but by no means get the sense of it. And by looking, you will look, but by no means see. For the heart of this people has grown unreceptive. And with their ears they have heard without response, and they have shut their eyes, that they might never see with their eyes and hear with their ears and get the sense of it in their hearts, and turn back and I heal them. Make sense? So the majority of us are going, I'm listening. And majorities go, I can see what you're saying, but not yet in our heart. The truth hasn't entered our heart. Unless the truth enters our heart, you do not have the sense of it. You're not going to be motivated, and it's going to be all in vain. All the listening you've done is in vain, and all the seeing you've done and reading you've done is in vain unless it's in your heart. And unless it's in your heart, you won't be motivated. So the real question then becomes, is it in my heart? And as we said last week, the proof that it's in my heart is what? My action. What I'm driven to act by myself, not with encouragement, not with cheering up, not with pandering to, not with employment, not with being paid, but what I'm actually driven in my heart to do without all that, extra paraphernalia, what I want to do in my heart is going to be the thing that proves the thing is in my heart. Jad?
That is one thing I feel like from you in God's way. It's like it feels so like while I do want those other things, I'm not getting pressured into doing anything. Like it is like you're waiting for like my will to do it.
Yep. But in some ways, just by paying you,
I'm doing. That's what's motivating me at the moment.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
So and this is why I say those people who work with us who are getting paid and not really understanding yet.
Yeah.
Because I don't get paid for working with you.
Yeah.
Right. People donate a gift to me at times. Yeah. Right. But never in proportion to the time that I've given generally.
Yeah.
Right. And also people donate a gift. Why? Because they realise I'm sincere and I want to just help them whether I get the gift or not. Right. Yeah. That's how it needs to be for you. If it's in your heart, that's how it be. Won't it? You'll want to help people, whether they reward you in any way or not. Right? The reality is the majority of times people are angry with me. Even when I want to help them, they are angry with me, and oftentimes I give them my time for free and I want to help them, and they're angry with me because they heard some truth they didn't want to hear. But they also asked me for it. I never shared it with them without them asking first, right? And yet even with all of that, they still want to be angry. But even if they're angry, if I have a real desire in my heart to do it, you being angry about it's not going to bother me. Can you see? You being all upset about it and all panicked about it and fearful about it, and you even wanted to attack me afterwards, why would that bother me if I'm doing it from my heart? I know I've done the right thing from my heart. Why would it bother me? Can you see? Yeah. Isn't that what a gift is? The gift is I'm not going to necessarily get anything back, and I might even get attacked back, but I'm still wanting to give the gift. Yeah. Now, if you can get to that state, now you're being loving. Now you're being a loving person, where there's nothing coming back necessarily. Ironically, what happens when you're that kind of a person is often you get a lot of things back because people recognise that that's how you feel. Does that make sense? And they feel from their heart they want to reward that feeling. Do you see?
Yeah.
So often it does encourage people to give back, but if you're doing it with the expectation they do, then you're way out of harmony with love, right? And also it's not in your heart, because you're only doing it with the expectation you get something back. Yeah? And it's like doing any job. Most of us do jobs because we're going to get paid for it or we're going to get rewarded in some way. But as I said, in God's eyes, that's like we never did it. Yeah? And while other people may think it's so fine, and most people on earth do, because that's what a paid job is, isn't it? A paid job is, I'll do this, job, whether it's a freelance job or a contract job or a wage paid job, or, I'm running a business and it's a job or whatever. I'll do that job, but you got to pay me somehow. And even a volunteer for the most part goes, you got to pay me by praising me or making me feel good about myself as I do it. Yeah? And if we require any payment, whether that payment is physical or emotional, and in some cases many of you like sexual payment. Do you know what I mean by that? Like you like somebody to think you're attractive or whatever, and then you'll do something for them, right? So that's sexual payment. And some of you even go for spiritual payment. Do you know what I mean by that? Like people praise you and love you because you did something, right? But it's still requiring payment. And from God's perspective, it's like you didn't do it. Does that make sense? But the trouble with us is we think, oh, I did this and I did that and I did this and I did that. And you add all the things up you've done, all of course, that you got paid for in some way or the other. But you add them all up and you go, aren't I a wonderful person? I thought of doing all those things and I did all those things. Aren't I great? Right? And so we start looking in the mirror and we start seeing perfect you being reflected back, rather than seeing actual you going, actually, I did none of those things unless I got a reward.
Yeah,
and that's
changed my mind. It's harsh.
Sorry?
It feels like a harsh.
It feels harsh to you?
Now I think about it.
I think it's wonderful.
Yeah.
And it's interesting you view it as harsh. And you're honest. And that's really good, because the average person thinks it's harsh. And that is true. But it's not harsh when you think about it, is it? When you think about it truly, you can see, logically, you can see how can you be complimented for something or rewarded for something you've done when you already had a personal selfish motive for doing it? Can you see? It would be different if you didn't have the personal selfish motive, wouldn't it? Then any compliment given would be a true reflection of your true state. And that's what God gives. That's the compliments God gives. Yeah. A reflection of your true state. Yeah. Paul?
My question is something like, my will is my feelings. Just the truth.
I wouldn't say your will is your feelings. Your will is motivated by your feelings.
Okay, so this is sort of what I'm thinking. How to change to become a loving person.
Yep.
So to have the faith that by feeling things, my heart can change. Because...
Well, that's not the faith you need, is it? The faith you need is that by accepting God's truth in my heart, I will change. And to accept God's truth in my heart, I need to let go of feelings that I have that are opposite of the truth. So then I need to feel. So feelings is like it's a requirement of you progressing, but it's not it's not the end. It's the means to the end. The end is really you becoming a loving person who has God's truth in your heart. That's where we need to have the goal. And our feelings are only the mechanism by which that is achieved.
So my question is about having faith in that.
Yes.
That I can be different. I can be different towards women. I can be different towards myself. God,
Yep.
the world,
Yeah.
I can be different
Yeah.
by this process.
That's right. So you need to have faith in the process. You could say you have to have faith in God's way.
Yes.
Is another way of saying it, isn't it?
Yes.
God's way is to receive God's truth into your heart emotionally. You have to let go of untruths emotionally.
Yes.
And so that means that I have to trust that there's an emotional process,
Yeah.
and that I have to at some point have faith that this is God's way of progressing. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yep. Now, if you don't have faith in that, you're not going to progress God's way ever.
Yeah.
Yep. You're going to progress maybe in other ways, and certainly in your intellectual development, and maybe even in your moral development. So you can sort of progress to a degree in your moral development by just rigidly controlling yourself. So, you know, let's say your interactions with women, right? You could go, right, I know that every time I project these things at women, they all get angry at me. You know, and that causes my breakdown of the relationship with women, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to control myself.
Which I do, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So when you think you do, but not very well. But anyway, this is the trouble with this method is you sort of go, I'm going to control myself, and you try real hard to control yourself, but there's plenty of moments you slip up, right? Because you're trying hard to do it, and the feeling in you is to still do it. And so because the feeling in you is to still do it, in your head, you're now in a battle with your feelings in a way, aren't you? You're going, oh, but I want to do this, but I can't, because if I do that, then the women will feel upset with me, and then I won't get what I want from them, so I can't do that, but I'd like to do that. And you end up in this very confused... bind. And you also end up in a deep level of frustration, usually, right, as a result. And then sooner or later, you get to these stages of, oh, bloody hell, effort, I'm going to do what I want anyway, type of thing. Eventually, you know, you sort of get to that stage as well, because you tried so hard and it still hasn't worked very well because you're not failing at it as well. And that's the general way the average person approaches moral development on earth and in the spirit world. Through a long, forceful effort of control and subjugation of their true feelings. Does that make sense to you? Yep. Now, while you can grow using that method, and there have been people who do grow as a result of using that method, it's very slow, very laborious, and prone to large mistakes. Right? The real method is to get rid of the reason why you want to do something. So in the case of women, why do you want to treat them a certain way? Like, unless that reason goes, unless it disappears from within you, you're going to be fighting it for the rest of your life. You're going to be inclined to do what the feeling dictates for the rest of your life, and in your head you're going to have to fight it constantly every day, right? So an example of that is most men look at women sexually all the time. So most men look at women and go, oh, they got boobs and they got this, and they're watching their bottom and whatever else, right? Most men are doing that, right, all the time. And most, when they're told, you know, what I said in the first century was, even a man looking at a woman in that manner has committed adultery with her in his heart. That's God's view, right? Once you realise that's God's view, the average guy who's a bit more sincere than the other average guys goes, well, if that's committing adultery in my heart, I don't want to commit adultery. So what I'm going to do is not look at a woman. So you're sort of like, every time they're around attractive women, they go looking down and, you know, oh, there's their breasts, I can't look there. And, you know, they like, you know, they're trying to control what they feel to do inside. Now, the only real way to control what they've done inside is for that feeling to disappear altogether. And when they look at a woman, they see a person, not a body, not a female body that they can have sex with, but they actually see a person, that they see their nature, their personality, their character, they see, you know, their good qualities and their bad ones as well, if they have them. And they see it like and they see him as a person rather than a woman. They see him as a person, just like they see most men as a person. They see women as a person, individual with their own feelings, their own desires and so forth. Now, for you to get to the state as a man where from one state to the other, that you can only achieve that by releasing whatever it is that makes you objectify women sexually all the time. Make sense?
Yeah, I feel I don't have faith in that.
In what?
In that can happen. In that, like, my feelings can change.
Yep. No, I get it.
But don't you have to want them to change first?
You have to want them to change first, yeah.
Because I don't feel that you want them to change yet.
But also you don't have faith that changing them will better your life. What you really substantially think that is if you're not projecting sexually at women, in the end you'll end up with no sexual relationship with a woman, which is what thing you want, right? You think that the way you get the sexual relationship is by projecting sexually at the woman and so forth, and it's actually not. In fact, most women are turned off by it, but you know.
So that's my faith is in that.
Yeah.
And not in releasing the cause.
Correct. Your faith is saying, if I act the way I'm acting, I will eventually get a sexual relationship with a woman.
Yep.
That's permanent.
Yep.
Which is what you want, right?
Yep.
You want a permanent sexual relationship with a woman. That's preferable. One woman that you think's hot, right? And you have a permanent sexual relationship with her. That's the thing you're thinking. You're thinking that if I release this feeling that you know, this sexual projection stuff, then I won't sexually project at anybody, and then I won't need sex from them, and then you know, and you go, that'd be a disaster. So you don't want to do it. And it's not how it is, because the reality is, once you release all that stuff, you don't feel sexually attracted to any woman other than your soulmate, ironically. But when you see her, she's damn hot. And even no matter what her condition is, you'll think, when I say hot, I mean emotionally and spiritually and physically and sexually, you go, that's what I want for the rest of my life. Does that make sense? Yep. And you won't be going, oh, I just see her body at all. You'll see her character and her nature and her personality, and you'll see the whole her, and you'll also see all her errors too. You won't go in going with you know, what do they call it, rose-colored glasses, or you know, stars in your eyes or whatever, going, she can do no wrong, because if she does wrong, you see it. You follow me? Because your heart will be more in tune with the fact of what's really going on with everything. Now, at the moment, Paul, you don't believe that's true. You believe the way you get a relationship with a woman is you show her you're attracted to her by sexually projecting at her. That's how you get the relationship. Yep. It doesn't work very well, because most of the women end up not wanting to be with you.
Yeah, so that's the corrupt faith.
Yeah. So what in the end is a soulmate relationship? Isn't it a relationship between two people who are equals and who are also passionate about each other's nature and personality, and also about their sexuality and their emotions and their spirituality and everything? It's not just one thing. It's a whole set of binding things. So if you're just focused on the one thing, it's never can't last, right? But you believe it will. You believe at the moment that's the way to go, right? And the problem with believing that is, in your heart, you're basically saying that there's a corrupt faith that says, that's how I get a relationship. And if I don't have this feeling, then, like, if I don't have this sort of sexualized feeling for all women, then eventually, you know, your general view is, if I project it sexually to enough women, eventually one of them will keep me. And I would put to you that if you project sexually at enough women, all of them are going to think you're a sleazebag. Which is very different than them wanting to keep you. Do you understand? Because they know that you are not faithful in your heart. They know that actually you're sharing your sexual energy around in your heart. You follow? So why would they want to be with that? Right? Anybody in their right mind wouldn't want to be. You know, and there are many women who do want to be, but like I said, they're not in their right mind. Yep. And what they really would want is, if you want a relationship that's really binding, that where you're passionate about each other and love each other, care about each other, understand each other, and all those kind of things, starting it on a basis of a sexual projection is a terrible weakness, actually. because you know, if you're injured sexually, you can project to lots of different people, and it means next to nothing really. Yeah. So the trouble is, while you in your heart have the corrupt faith about it, are you going to be motivated to embrace the true faith about it? Can you see the corrupt faith has to leave you? And the only way for it to leave you is for you to recognize that it doesn't work. Right? Well, God's given Paul lots of information. How old is Paul now? 58, right? So you've now had 58 years of information with your dealings with women, all of which have been mostly unsuccessful, shall we say, that have all proven to you that the way you've been doing it doesn't work. I think God's informed you pretty well, you follow, that it doesn't work. But Paul's going, no, stuff it. I reckon the next one will work.
My feeling is to white knuckle it, you know?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Just knuckle down.
Yeah, knuckle down, do it a bit more.
And pretend.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Don't look at women and all this
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
stuff we were
yeah.
talking about earlier. You
Yeah,
know,
that's right.
Like, that's the way.
Yep. But it's not going to work, Paul.
No.
Not going to work. 58 years, you had 58 years of evidence.
Yeah.
It hasn't worked. So you're going to have to start. This is when it's when the evidence against your corrupt faith piles up so high, like a pile of crap in the middle of the room, until you go, Dee, this is really smelly. I need to change it. That's what's going to motivate your change, right? But to motivate that change, once you're motivated in that change, the first thing you're going to need to do is let go of the fact that this sexual projection stuff works, right? It's a very temporary and also very sleazy thing to do. And it will get some results if a woman is injured, but that result won't last for long. Yeah, because as time goes on, she'll realise you're only interested in for her body, and you're not really interested in anything else. And after a while, she start feeling like, well, why would I want to be interested in you if that's the only interest you have in me? You see? Yeah. Make sense? Yeah. Yep. Well, you could say there's a number of things that may motivate you into realising the importance of accepting universal truth into your heart. And maybe what we need to do is just talk about a few of those things that may help you. Does that make sense?
And I realise you probably already said it in a million different ways.
I already have in a million different ways, yeah. But let's sort of nail some of them down just for the sake of this discussion. So firstly, for you to desire universal truth to enter your heart, you've got to see some benefit to the universal truth entering your heart, don't you? If you don't see there's a benefit of some kind, then you can see that you're not going to accept it, are you? Okay. Now, as Jad mentioned earlier, he doesn't see a lot of benefit. And in fact, and as Paul was mentioning, all they really see is, oh, it's just going to make things worse. You know, that's... So you can see that unless that substantial belief changes, then you're not going to proceed to the next step of even letting a universal truth enter your heart, are you? You're going to just hold on to your own. Yep. Now, if you place your emotions above the universal truth, in other words, let's put it another way, let's say you put your preservation of your unhappy emotions above the universal truth, you are basically saying to God and the universe that your emotions are more important than universal truth. Feeling them is more important than universal truth. So you're basically saying you being able to prevent yourself from feeling your feelings is more important than accepting God's universal truth. Now, can you see that's fundamentally saying you are basically seeing yourself as a God, as more important than God? In other words, you're saying you believe yourself to be a God in your own right. And you're allowed to do whatever you want, and you can reject the universal truth somehow. Now, can you see that's fundamentally what the first human couple did? And this is what brought us to the conversation about a man and a man earlier in the week. Because fundamentally, the decision they made was that their own feelings and emotions were more important than God's truth. And what they felt inside was more important than what they could receive from outside of themselves. And if you think about it, the majority of people on earth believe that about themselves. They feel what's going on in their personal life, what's going on inside of themselves, is more important than anything that's going on outside of themselves. Can you see that? Yeah. And that's where our problems begin. When we start believing that what is happening to me as an individual is more important than what's happening outside of me, we are basically fundamentally saying that I am more important than the rest of the universe put together. That's really what we're saying. Now, at some point, we've got to recognize that emotionally and release that and see how failed that is as a concept or a belief. Because if you can't see that that's failed, you will continue to believe that you have the right to see yourself as more important than anything else outside of yourself.
When you say it's failed, do you mean it's flawed or you mean it's failing me in my life?
It's both flawed and failing me.
Yeah.
It's failing me in my life. Yeah. You look at the happiness of the earth generally and it's quite unhappy, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So it's obvious, and it should be quite obvious even in our personal lives, because most of us who have had this view that our own feelings are more important than anything else are not very happy people. So it's failing our personal life, but it's also failing humanity as a collective. We see all these bad things happening in the world because everybody thinks their own personal situation is worse than everything else. And they're only focused on improving their own personal situation and not improving everybody else's situation. So we fundamentally need to recognize that this view of preserving ourselves emotionally is selfish. And unless we can see it as selfish and measure it as selfish and see that this is it is wrong, morally wrong, can you see it's unlikely that we will take the next step, which is to release it? You follow? See, the majority of us feel, when it comes to our personal emotions, that our beliefs about them are good. That fundamentally we believe that preventing our own pain and seeking our own pleasure at any cost is good. Fundamentally, that's what we believe. The world is proof that it's not good, and usually our own life is proof that it's not good. But we ignore the evidence and we refuse to change the point of view. Now, you will not change a point of view unless you believe an opposite point of view is better. Do you follow? So fundamentally, you cannot change a selfish point of view unless you think an unselfish point of view is going to work out better. Does that make sense? Yep. So, if I fundamentally, inside of myself, believe being selfish is the best thing, I will not change that underlying belief unless I realise being selfish actually is causing all the world's problems and my own. You follow? Unless I realise that and I actually feel that, I won't release the desire to be selfish from myself. I will retain it. Yep. Now, can you see that that's like a global prevention of me processing any of God's truth? Isn't it? It's like a global blockage. It's like all of God's truth, it's not important unless I can see that it benefits only me. I don't care if it benefits everybody else. I only care whether it benefits me. And frequently what I feel is that what benefits me is saving myself from having to feel any bad emotions. That's what I think benefits me. And I don't really care in that state about anything else. Everything else is of less importance. God's of less importance. My relationships with other people are of less importance. My children are of less importance because we'll dump all our crap on them too. Anything is of less importance than me upholding this idea that my own prevention of my own sad emotions and the obtaining of my own pleasurable emotions are the only thing that needs to guide me. You follow? Now, in the 2019 assistance group, we did mention the major cause of sin is the desire to avoid your pain at all costs and the desire for pleasure at any cost. Remember? We said that. You were there. Yep. So you can see that unless I change that fundamental corrupt faith, then every other truth of God that God could share with me, I will reject if it's in opposition to that corrupt faith. And by the way, every single truth of God, every single one, physical, emotional, spiritual, every single one is in opposition to that faith. So a person who has that faith, the corrupt faith in those things, actually is completely unable to emotionally accept any truth from God. Not just one truth, any truth. You follow? So unless I deal with the idea that my pleasure can be obtained at any price and I have to avoid my pain at all prices, I've got to avoid the pain. Unless that fundamental faith changes, I am incapable of change. Now, Paul asked the question earlier, why does it feel like I'm incapable of change? This is why. Because if you cannot deal with those two problems in your life, you are incapable of change. Yep. If you cannot deal with firstly, you cannot release the idea that avoiding my pain at all costs is good. If I can't release that idea and also release the idea that obtaining pleasure at any price is good, if I can't release those two ideas from myself, I am actually incapable of any spiritual change. My soul can't change while I retain those ideas. So at some point, the way to change is to sit down with yourself, write down those two things, and pray about that to the point where you can accept that while you have those things, change is impossible. Does that make sense? Now, it requires you to treat the matter seriously, doesn't it? Because while you have those two injuries, no other truths can be accepted by you. So it's an incredibly damaging belief system to retain those two beliefs, right? And I must get rid of that belief system if I'm going to make some changes in my life. So unless I'm able to recognize that those two belief systems are what causing most of my problems, and also recognize that I need to get rid of them in order to get them out of my system, unless I can do that, then really engaging any change after that is going to be like a force of effort rather than based upon my emotional will. It's going to be intellectual effort in opposition to my emotional will. While my emotional will is saying, I want pleasure at any price and I want to avoid my pain at any cost. And then my emotional will is quite set, and I am unable to change on any issue, even other than those two issues. So I can't accept the spirit world under those circumstances, the truth of the spirit world. The truth of the spirit world is all based upon, no, you're going to have to feel your pain one way or the other. You're going to be forced into feeling your pain. You understand? And if you try to obtain pleasure at any cost, you'll find the cost is so high that you'll be in so much pain you won't have any pleasure. That's the truth of the spirit world. So you won't even be able to cope with the spirit world with that. You won't be able to cope with anything on earth. None of your relationships are going to work because you're going to be so focused on your own pleasure, you don't care about your partners. You don't care about your children's. You're going to be so focused on avoiding your own pain that you will sacrifice their pain for yours. You will. No relationship is going to work. No friendship is going to work. No spirit life thing will work. No truth can be received while you keep these two beliefs. And this is why Mary and myself in the 2019 Sister Groups said, like, this is the crux of your underlying cause of, the motivation towards sin is basically driven by the faith in that belief, the faith in those two beliefs, that they somehow are going to result in your happiness. And the majority of us already know that we've tried this for a long period of time. Like I said to Paul, he's tried it for 58 years. It hasn't worked. He still doesn't have happy relationships 58 years on. So it's not working. So at some point we've got to take stock of our life and go, actually, this whole concept is just stupid. It doesn't work. I've got to get rid of it. I've got to go through the emotion of getting rid of this and accept a different belief here. Does that make sense? Yeah. If that fundamental thing does not change, your faith in that does not change, then nothing else can change. And that's why the majority of people on earth feel they can't change. Because they're unwilling to change their faith in that fundamental two beliefs. They're unwilling to go, actually, what I fundamentally believe about life is not true. Yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Angela?
I'm just wondering how much of those decisions, of that fundamental belief that I can't change, that I need to seek pleasure and I need to avoid pain.
Yep.
How much of that is being held by us blaming somebody else?
Well, doesn't those two beliefs promote the blame of others?
Yeah, for sure.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you could say the faith in those two beliefs is what promotes our blame of others, rather than the blame of others causing those two beliefs.
No, yeah, that's right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if we look at chicken egg, which came first?
No, I think that those two came first for sure.
Yeah.
But how much of holding on to them?
Yep.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I do feel it.
Yeah. So say what you feel.
Well, I'm just thinking. I thought I was thinking that it's enabled or it's
continued.
It's held. Would if we looked at our blame of others first, would that help unlock the two decisions?
No, the blame of others is really the result of the two decisions, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
because if you're willing to feel your pain, you'd go, oh, I don't have to blame anyone else. I'll just feel
and
it.
if other people do something that makes me feel some pain, I'll go, oh, I willingly embrace my pain, and I'd go through it. You see. So let's say somebody came along and murdered your child. That'd be a painful event, right? You would embrace your pain rather than attack the person.
Sure.
If you believed that dealing with your pain is a better course of action. But if you believe that you've got to prevent your pain at all costs, you want justice, you want revenge, you might even consider killing their children or killing them at least, in order to prevent yourself from feeling like the pain. But this is what the most people feel like in those. When you're in those situations, what do you end up realizing that even if you kill somebody, it never makes the original pain go away, because nothing can other than releasing it. Yeah. So the main problem we face is that our faith in these fundamental two belief systems is causing a lot of our rage towards others. It causes us to attack others. It causes us to step away from things. It causes us to avoid life. It causes us to not make choices and decisions. It causes us, if you think about it, it's a fundamental fear driving the course of our life. The fear being, I can't feel anything bad, and I only want to feel something good. Does that make sense? Yeah. And the fundamental fear of being unable to cope with my own feelings is causing me to do very many unloving actions. Yep. Now, if God's truth is, God's saying to you, I designed you to feel. You can handle any feeling. You can, when I say handle, I don't mean avoid it. I mean go through it. You can go through any feeling, right? God is saying, I want to help you go through every feeling, no matter how bad it is. God's also saying that to you, right? I want to help you go through every feeling, and I designed you to go through every feeling. That's what God's saying to us, and that's a fundamental truth from God, and we're saying, no, that's not true. It's not true. I can't handle everything. I've got these other problems. How can you even expect me to handle everything? Is what we basically believe. And then God's also saying, I want to provide pleasure to you, but it has to be in harmony with morals to be pleasurable. And we're going, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. We can get pleasure any way we want. It has to be in harmony with morals. But if it's not in harmony with morals, there's a lot of pain associated with the pleasure. You understand? And this is why even people who think they're engaging pleasure end up in a lot of pain. So, a person taking drugs is an example. They think that it's pleasurable initially, but what ends up happening? A few weeks or months afterwards, they're addicted, they start stealing, they start, doing immoral things, even sexual things, in order to get the drugs. And you know what I mean? Because the original thing was, I'm going to get pleasure at any cost, not I'm going to get pleasure bearing in mind the moral cost. Because if I bore in mind the moral cost, I wouldn't turn to drugs in order to get pleasure. Because there's always a moral cost of drugs, right? Whether it's internal or external, there's always a moral cost. So I wouldn't turn to it. So a person who does is saying, I'm going to get pleasure at any cost. I don't care what the price is, and I don't care even if I've got to pay it down the track. Ironically, because oftentimes they are the ones who are paying it down the track. So we want the pleasure to be instant, and we don't even consider that it's going to be disastrous long term. Makes sense so far? So unless those two fundamental beliefs change, I'm really going to be driven down a track that is going to cause me more pain. And unless I can personally see that myself and start to change this faith that exists in me, I have got no hope to change any other thing in me. Yep. God's way requires me feeling these things. Yeah.
I was just thinking though, but we've never really felt what true pleasure is. So what are we actually really even seeking? Because
we're seeking the avoidance of our pain.
Yes,
that's what we're seeking. You look at every addiction, and really it's been created to avoid the pain, hasn't it? Yeah. It's been created to avoid a pain of some kind. So fundamentally, both addictions revolve around the avoidance of pain. And God's really saying, look, I created you to feel. If you've got pain to feel, the wisest thing to do is to feel it. That's the wisest thing to do. As soon as you choose to not feel it, now you're going to be doing a whole heap of other things that are not going to be in harmony with love or truth or morals. And you're definitely not going to be listening to God after that. Right? And this is why humanity is so far removed from loving and truthful interactions, because none of us are listening to God because we're so embroiled in the avoidance of our pain. And it's mostly our emotional pain, isn't it? Physical pain we can even bear for the most part. You know, we have some physical pains and you sort of almost work through them, don't you? Or even just ignore them. But the emotional pain, none of us do that with. We all are governed by it. And while it's in me, it's going to govern my decisions and choices and life. Yep. So unless that corrupt faith changes, God's truth is not going to enter my heart. Isn't it? Isn't that true? God's truth on any matter almost can't enter my heart, because on the very matter that I need it to change on, that will help me with every matter, I'm not changing it. Because unless the emotional thing changes, my corrupt view of emotions changes, then every other way, any way of receiving all the other truths has now been precluded to me. I can't use any other way to receive truth. The truth has to enter me emotionally in order for me to change and be happy. And I'm stopping the very way the truth can enter me by saying, I don't care about, I'm going to leave the pain in me. I'm going to, and so now I've got a state that is self-managed. It's no one else's fault. And it doesn't matter how much damage I've received in my childhood, and it doesn't matter who damaged me, and it doesn't matter how bad it was. While I have that decision, I am stopping myself from ever growing. And I'm making the choice to stop myself. Right? No person who's ever harmed you in the past can dictate that choice for you. You're the one making that choice. Do you understand? So while it's bad that those people did those things that caused you to feel bad, at the end of the day, that's not as bad as the choice you're making to retain this corrupt faith. Because it's this corrupt faith that stops you from releasing all the bad. So the worst decision you can make, which is the decision most people on earth make, is to avoid the corruption of the faith regarding pleasure and pain. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Alan.
Oh, thank you. Can I hear you say, sometime just recently, that you could look at the potential of what would happen if you didn't? Did you? You
can, yes. So there are lots of ways that you can be more honest with yourself about the corruption, isn't there? And one way is to see, measure what happened in my life so far. So for most of us, we've been dedicated to avoiding our pain, and up till now. So if I look at the results of that, has it worked out well? Are you in pain? So you haven't avoided it very much. You can start looking at this more honestly, but this requires some self-analysis and some pondering and some meditation about the matter, doesn't it? It requires you to feel about it and think about it to analyse that. So that's one thing we can do. We can look at the past and we can go, has it brought me pleasure, really, this whole concept? So that's number one. The second thing we can do is we can look at the future and say, well, if I keep doing what I'm currently doing, probably what am I going to get? Is it going to be as good as I think? If I keep doing what I've done in the past, in the future, is it going to result in a different outcome than what I've currently got in my present? Now, you can ponder about that too, can't you? And then you can also go, let's say I changed it. What would my future look like potentially then? Couldn't you? You could also do that, couldn't you? So these are all things you can do to assist you to develop some faith to deal with the problem. But at the end of the day, if you don't have some faith to deal with the problem, you're not going to deal with the problem. Yep. Paul?
Like during the last week, I sort of realised that I've got problems with different areas of my life.
Yep.
And I sort of went intellectually and a bit emotionally, like, what's God's truth on this?
Yep.
And I felt like, I need to feel God's truth on this, and that gives me some peace, and it gives me some. Anyway, it was really good. It felt really good, but I was left in pain. Left in pain with each thing, and especially with the women thing, because I think of a false belief that's stopping me going to the next step.
Well, no, you're left in pain because you didn't release it.
Yeah.
to release it, you've got to go through an emotion. And you don't want to go through an emotion. So when you don't go through your emotions, you end up sitting on your emotions. And sitting on them causes you to stay in pain. So the trouble is you can recognize a whole heap of things in your head, but unless you go through them emotionally and you're prepared to go through them emotionally, you're just going to stay in the exact same pain you were before you recognize them in your head. You understand? Yeah. So you're thinking that, no, it's because of other reasons that I stayed in pain, but no, it's not. It's that fundamentally, the only reason why we stay in pain is because we didn't release the pain. Now, again, we can look at the example of a child, can't we? When a child injures itself, it generally screams and carries on, and not in an addictive way or abusive way. It just cries until it's done. And then when it's finished doing the crying, it barely even notices that injury is there at all. It's like they don't even have any pain about it at all after that. I don't know if you've noticed that, but that's generally what it's like, isn't it? They have the big cry, and if they're allowed to have the big cry and the big sob, after that, it's like, you know, it's almost like you've got to break their arm before they realise that it's still there, you know what I mean? But they act like it's not there anymore. And the reason why is because most of our physical pain is attached to our emotional pain. If you let go of the emotional pain, the physical pain also dissipates. You follow me? Yeah. So if we understand that we see that happening in a child, and we apply it to ourselves, we can go, well, if I get rid of most of my emotional pain, then most of my physical pain will also disappear. Right? And so I know that if I can at least connect to and feel my emotional pain rather than avoiding the feeling of it, then the next thing is going to be a relief feeling after that. I'll be feeling relieved. Yeah. Now, most of us don't let ourselves go that far. What we do instead of that is we grin and bear the thing emotionally, don't we? We grin and bear the thing, and we try to avoid it, and we use food, and we use substances, and we use techniques to avoid. And even when we can't avoid completely, this is what we continue to do. And then after all of that, we still have the pain. But not only that, on top of that, we have a bit more pain because we're exhausted, because we've done a whole heap of things to fight the pain. So we ended up in more pain rather than less, because we fought it and we avoided it, and we ended up in more pain. We don't experience the feelings of relief, of being relieved of the pain. So the key is you cry for as long as it takes for you to be relieved of the pain. Now, sometimes in my life, that's meant crying for 2 weeks. All waking hours for 2 weeks. Or longer sometimes. One time I had some stuff to do with soulmate stuff, and it took nearly 2 months. Crying every day for 2 months. But if you trust the process, right, you'll go through the 2 months knowing that one point of time this is going to go. This is going to be relieved. And it was interesting with the soulmate thing, because as soon as it felt relieved, I felt, oh, things are going to be fine now. Do you know what I mean? And they were.
So it's about having faith in that process.
Yeah, and until you've really done the process once, you're probably not going to have a lot of faith in it, eh? Yeah. But if you can do it at least once, then you'll have some faith in it. Yeah. What I see is the majority of people, they cry for 5 minutes and they think it's the end of the world. Yeah. In other words, we've got very little emotional capacity. Do you know what I mean by that? Like a capacity to feel. Yeah. We can bear intense emotions for very short periods of time. And even good ones, by the way. Most of us can't bear them for very long. Right? And that's our problem. We've become so emotionally constrained that it's like bearing an emotion for this long is like the end of the world for us. Right? And what I've learned through my own experience is that I can feel an emotion for 2 months. If I've got to cry every day for 2 months, I can feel it. I can do it. And I realise after doing it that I've got a fantastic emotional capacity. I can handle anything. Does that make sense? So I also gain a confidence in myself and a belief in myself and a belief also that this is God's way of dealing with things. You understand? Because this capacity to experience things grows and I end up feeling more confident in myself. You see, in our childhood, the main damage our parents did to us was they taught us that we can't handle our own feelings. They taught us that we've got to need food to handle your feelings. You need your friends to handle your feelings. You need mum and dad to handle your feelings. You need, all these other things around you to handle your feelings. You need addictions to handle your feelings. They taught us that through their own actions, but also through the way they treated us. That every time we had a feeling, they went into a panic. So they taught us to be afraid of our own feelings. They also taught us that when you have a feeling, love's withdrawn. Right? Every time they were in a panic, do you think they loved you? No, they were scared. They didn't love you then. So every time you had a feeling and they got scared, you learnt that, feelings freak everybody out. Feelings make us go into panics. Feelings are what are the problem, is what we learn. And we're learning this at a very, very young age. And so this is learnt before we had any intellectual development to sort it all out, before we could say, actually, this is a bit crazy. Why are we doing this for? We didn't have the intellectual development to question it. And so what we learnt as children, right from a very young age, is feelings are unable to be handled. The best thing to do is to avoid them as much as possible. That's what we learnt. This is where our bad faith, our corrupt faith comes from, right? So by the time we're an adult now, we have a tiny little spectrum of emotion we can handle, and the rest of it is out of bounds. We can't handle it. We have no confidence in ourselves as an individuals to handle our own feelings. You follow? Mm-hmm. Now, if you end up having no confidence in yourself to handle your own feelings, what are you going to do with your feelings? You're going to blame them on other people. You're going to avoid them as much as possible. You're going to zone out of them as much as you can. You're going to try to distract yourself from them as much as possible. You're going to do all the things you do now because you were taught you can't handle your feelings. Now, what God's trying to say, one of the things God's trying to do is say to you is this. Your happiness is a feeling. If you want to feel bliss, which is, by the way, as it would sound to be, the word describes a beautiful feeling, does it not? You're going to have a strong capacity to feel in order to feel bliss. But if you've only got this much emotional capacity to feel anything, how much bliss are you going to ever feel? No, see, bliss by definition is overwhelming emotional that it's happy. By definition, it's overwhelming. And if you can't allow yourself to be overwhelmed by an emotion, bliss is not going to be felt that much. It's going to be felt that much, nothing. Do you understand? Because by definition, bliss is an overwhelming happy experience, not an underwhelming one. You understand? So God's saying to you this. He's saying, unless you've got the capacity to experience any emotion, no matter how powerful, you have no capacity to experience bliss. Zero capacity to experience bliss. And so God wants you to experience bliss. So the only way forward is by you gaining a capacity to feel any emotion. Makes sense, doesn't it? And if you're unwilling to feel any emotion, then bliss is also impossible for you to ever feel. So you can see why God's saying to us, I need to emotionally stretch you to the point where you can allow yourself to be overwhelmed with emotion, where you no longer desire control of it, and you're allowed to experience it in an uncontrolled manner. You follow? But if you think about the injuries of our childhood, the injuries of our childhood is I, the parent, saying to you, I want you to be controlled in everything, including the experience of all of your emotions. Right? That's the damage of your childhood, really. And so what we've got to do is make the choice now as individuals. We're grown adults now. We can make a different choice. We've got to say, right, having a limit to my emotion means that I will never experience bliss. I won't even ever know what it is, right? And unless I can stretch my emotional capacity to feel so that I can feel deeper and more openly every emotion until the point where it's completely uncontrolled, then really I can never really be happy unless I do that. And once you start recognizing these fundamental truths about emotion and how it affects you, your faith will start to change about doing it God's way. You understand? So does that sort of answer your question, Paul, is about how it's going to change?
Yeah, well, it does. I think that for me to get into emotion, you know, like sometimes it happens and often it doesn't, and I stay in pain.
Yep.
And
but when you say often it doesn't, I've had many conversations with Mary about this, where you're treating it as if the emotion has control of you. The denial of emotion has control of you. You're treating it as if there's some...
it's not my choice.
That's right. You're treating it as if there's some indeterminate thing that causes me to not feel things under certain circumstances. And I'm saying to you, that's a complete untruth. Your ability to feel everything is dependent upon your choice.
Yeah, see, I sort of think sometimes I'm soft to it, and the way it goes, it's mostly or not.
Well, then why are you telling yourself you're soft? If the emotion is not being felt, you're not soft. So don't tell yourself a lie.
But sometimes I feel it does flow.
Well, it does flow, then you're soft in those moments.
Yes.
But the moments where it doesn't flow, then you're not.
No, that's right. Yes.
Right? And that is under your control. It's not a mysterious outside force going, Paul,
yeah, and that's what
I'll help you feel today.
I don't see that it's my choice.
That's right, you don't. You think it is some mysterious outside force.
Yeah.
It's not. It's completely up to you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's up to your feelings, yeah. Not your thoughts. Yeah. So you want it to be up to your thoughts because you want it controlled. You want to be able to control certain things. You want to be able to say, if it's that thing with girls, I don't want to feel that. You understand? You want to be able to grab certain emotions and put them in a box and never touch them again.
Pick and choose.
You want to be able to pick and choose. Yeah, God's saying, no, that's not how you experience emotion. Emotion has to be like anything that's there has to be felt. No choice. There is no choice other than the choice to just feel everything. No matter what it is. How bad it is doesn't matter. How long you cry for doesn't matter. Do you understand?
Yeah. So that sounds like a universal truth in itself.
It is. It is one of the primary universal truths. It was one of the first ones I had to recognise in this life in order to progress. That makes sense? Yeah. It is one of God's universal truths about how God designed the soul. Yeah. Sandra?
So that's what I was going to ask you, like when you first started, did you like feel stuff first?
This was the very first universal truth I had to accept.
So you were like, okay, how do I have this relationship with God? And God was
no, I didn't even consider a relationship with God at the time. I just thought, I want to progress, I want to be happier, what do I have to do? And the very first truth I had to accept was, I've got to learn how to feel all my feelings. The very first one, in this life.
And then once that entered your heart, you were humble.
Once I entered my heart and I realised this is working, this is effective, then I go, wow, this is what nobody does. But it's what I need to do all the time. Like so from then on it was like any situation, that's what I do. Every situation, this is what I do. Does that make sense? Yeah, but it was the fundamental thing I had to learn first.
And you didn't even involve God at the beginning?
No, I didn't. No. I could only listen to God's truths after that, because that thing would have precluded me from listening to God's truths. You understand? Because all God's truths have to enter you emotionally. And if you're unable to feel your emotions, then none of God's truth are going to enter you. So it was the very first thing I had to accept. It took me quite a number of months to accept, maybe 3 months to accept.
And to accept you released, that it wasn't like in your soul, you didn't feel it was true to start with, so you had to feel the pain of the fact that you had this corrupt faith.
Yeah, and also I had to release the whole reasons why I wasn't letting myself feel. And there was a whole bunch of reasons why. They were relating to my religion, my upbringing, my friends and family, and what they wanted from me, and lots of different reasons, and also because I thought a lot of my feelings would be too painful to feel. Is fundamentally what I believe. And once I had to give up those beliefs, and giving up each one of those beliefs was painful. I had to cry to give them up. But once I gave them up, after that I was absolutely convinced. It didn't take long. I was absolutely convinced that my emotional openness was the way I progressed. Does that make sense? Yeah. And once I understood that, I no longer had a corrupt faith in managing my feelings and controlling my feelings, and I no longer was stressed out about crying for a few hours. Do you know what I mean? Now I could cry for days and days, and I wasn't bothered by it. I wasn't worried I was going nuts or anything. Makes sense? Because there are some of the false beliefs you have. That if you cry for 3 days, you go crazy. This is why the average person, somebody's crying. What does everybody else do? They're in a panic. They're trying to calm the person down. And, you sure you're all right, love? You want me to get you a drink? Do you need a cup of tea? Do you need a pill? What? Can I give you a Valium? The average person is so panicked about feeling anything of any duration that if you cry, like what I realised was I had to remove myself from my family, because if I stayed with any of my family at all, including my son Tristan, I had to remove myself from, because he was projecting at me all the time that he couldn't handle it. And so in the end I had to say, you live next door, you're not living in my house anymore, because you're stopping me from feeling, you're trying to stop me from feeling because you can't handle it. No, I'm okay, I can handle it. Does that make sense? And everyone around you gets in a panic, and they all worry that you're going crazy, and they all want to report, like in my case, they want to report me to a psychologist about, how unstable I was and whatever else. And I felt really good, actually. I felt quite stable, more stable than I ever felt my whole life, because I was I was experiencing the relief of things. So every time I had a good cry about something, I felt after that the relief of that thing, And so I was no longer feeling stressed out by that thing anymore, because it was gone. And once I realised how well it worked, it was sort of like, wow, I can approach this with everything, with everything in my life. And I started to also realise after that, with my longing for God returned. Because up until then I didn't have one, a longing for God. I went through a period where I didn't have any longing for God at all, but my longing for God returned. And my longing, my belief that I could receive truths from God returned. Because I started realising that all the truths were emotional. And this process was the way in which I was going to receive them. You understand? So all that returned as well, my ability to receive that truth returned. So a lot of you believe, meeting me now, you sort of believe that, I know a lot of things that all just come to my mind from some source and you don't really understand why. But 30 years ago, I was completely blocked to absolutely everything. Yep. My own situation, my own welfare, love of myself, love of others, love of God, feeling God's love, completely blocked to everything. And it was a pretty tumultuous time in terms of the pain, the levels in my life. But once I started realising feeling is the way that I get back everything, it was a lot easier to feel things then, because the faith changed. You understand? So I went from this numbed out place to a feeling place in the space of probably, well, I made some major strides in the first 3 months actually. And then the next 2 years I solidified this belief that my feelings were my way forward. And then after that, like anybody I talked to was like, no, you're not feeling your feelings, that's why nothing's changing. You know? And of course nobody believes you, because they're all in a state of trying to keep everything under wraps, right? But yeah, off.
Does it matter if you felt causal emotion or effect emotions, or you just felt everything?
It didn't even matter.
No.
I went through some effect emotions first, oftentimes, and it took me, 2 or 3 or 4 days, and sometimes 2 or 3 or 4 months crying about something, and then I realised, oh, I'm a bit stupid. Like that was just the effect of the thing, you know what I mean? And then when I started connecting to the cause of it, then within a few days, usually things cleared up. Does that make sense? But it didn't matter either way, because I realised after a while that if something wasn't changing, then it meant it was an effect thing. And I just had to be more honest. I just had to be more truthful. And the more I was willing to be truthful, the more of God's truth you can accept. And therefore you work out really rapidly, oh, that's where it wasn't truthful. You know, I found myself crying after a relationship breakup. This was before I knew who I was. After a relationship breakup, I found myself crying for quite a few weeks about it. And then at the end I thought, she doesn't have to love me. And then once I cried about the fact that nobody has to love me, I was no longer upset about nobody loving me. Up until then, I was crying about this person not loving me, and that person not loving me, or one person I was focused on not loving me. But after I went through enough of that emotion to work out actually they didn't need to love me, and then I cried about the fact, that was pretty gut wrenching to cry that actually nobody had to love me, not a single person on this planet has to love me. Once I worked through that and realised that I might be completely alone and nobody might love me the rest of my life, and I cried that out, that was the cause. And once I cried that out, it was like, it's all right if nobody loves me. But that was also when I first started realising that actually God probably did love me as well. I started realising that actually there were people that are unseen, and God probably did love me. Before then I didn't think God loved me. Yeah. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yep. But every change I have made has been because of an emotional release. I haven't made a single one through my intellect. And that still applies to this very day. Yep. Every change has only been through an emotional release. That's how I can say to you with definitive truth, God's truth can only come to you emotionally. You can't think it. Because there's plenty of times when I've thought I knew things beforehand, but never felt them. And if you can't feel them, they're not real. They only become real when you feel them. Yeah. So that's what happened to me, and I'm guaranteeing it will happen to you. And now that I've had plenty of experience with spirits and others that I've helped, and also remembering my prior life and remembering our spirit life, because none of my memories were even possible without it. I couldn't even remember who I was without this. I couldn't even have the emotions associated with being Jesus without first having the emotions associated with being emotional, right? And so none of the memories of anything else reappeared to me until I went through this. My decisions that I made in my life couldn't change until I went through this. But after I started going through this, a lot of things started happening sort of like naturally. Like what I find is that God sort of, once you get into harmony with it emotionally, God's going, oh, now I can share this with you. Now I can share that with you. And now I can put yourself in this situation and you act appropriately. Now I can give you this situation and you'll act appropriately there too. You know, now I can put you in this situation and you won't become immoral because of it. Now I can, you know what I mean? Now I can do these things for you and you won't, you know, so what I also see is that God is handling us, you know, like, and when I say handling us, God's got us in his hand saying, until you do this thing, I can't give you the other things. You got to do this thing and then I can give you some other things. And your readiness to deal with these other things is dependent on you dealing with this thing. Right? And that's only dependent on you making the decision to deal with that thing. And it has to be emotional every time. There is nothing, no changes you can make that will not be emotional. And that applies even to the absorption of truth after you become at one with God and when you've got no other bad emotions to feel. Even the new truths will be emotional. You know, you'll have tears, but they'll be tears of joy as you accept them. You understand? After you become at one with God, there's still a lot of crying that goes on after you become at one with God, but because of tears of joy about accepting a new truth. You know, you're blown away, you know, you're so blown away by the new truth that it just affects you emotionally. Do you know what I mean? And that's what happens. You know, God's trying to stretch you to the point where you're going, I have the potential to become limitless in the way that I express emotion. God's limitless, and God's trying to make us become more like him. So as we progress, we'll approach how God deals with everything. God's emotions are infinitely powerful. That's why every single one of us can be infused with God's love, and still God's got love left over. You know, because God's emotions are infinitely powerful. And the way I become more like God is by my emotions becoming as infinitely, you know, more approaching the infinite powerful emotions of God. Make sense? Yeah. You can see from a logical point of view, it makes sense, right? Yep. But you're not going to feel it until you change emotionally. Yep. So a lot of the words I speak are trying to convince your intellect enough to convince your emotions that, because you're the one that's got to convince your own emotions, right? I can't do that for you.
To allow them.
To allow them to just be in the flow, you know. You are going to have to convince yourself of that. I'm saying to you categorically that it's a part of God's way. Yep. And I've explained to you the physical and scientific reasons as to why it's a part of God's way. But at some point, you're only going to be convinced by doing it. Yep. Yep. And aside from myself here, none of you are yet completely free with your emotions, but there are some that are starting to be. You know, and you can recognize them easy enough, can't you? It's like Elle has started to be, you know that Phoebe has started to be, and you know some of you have started to be because you can connect to your emotions a bit more freely now. But we want to get to the stage where it's completely free, that you can do it, completely without restriction. If you want to cry now, or you cry now. Like if you want to laugh now, you laugh now. And you don't second guess or question any of them. You just have them. You understand? You just be what it is right now that you feel that you need to be. And you've got to be honest. You know, the 5 tools are still essential. You've got to be honest. Because if you're going for 3 months and you've let go of emotion for 3 months and there's still no change, then you haven't let go of emotion. You've been living in some alter place of like demand or addiction not being met, you know, having a tantrum, you really, is what's been happening. If there's no change, then, and there's no change, effortless change, and when I say effortless, what I mean is after you experience the emotion, if it's not easier to do the right thing, then you haven't experienced the emotion. Does that make sense? Yeah, it should be easier to do the right thing after you've had your emotions. So if it's not easier, then you haven't had the emotion, or you haven't had the right one. Or you won't let, and really it's you won't let yourself have the right one. Obviously. Because your emotions, there's only one person who has control of them. God doesn't have control of them. I don't either. Your family doesn't. Your friends don't. Your partner doesn't. Only you have control of them. Only you. Nobody else. So if you're not feeling an emotion, it's not because of anybody else. Right? It's because you're making a decision not to feel an emotion. Yeah. It makes sense, doesn't it? The emotions are in you. Only you have control of them. They're in your soul. Only you can control them. You can control them, or you can just let them be free. You can imprison them, which is what the majority of us have done, or you can open the gate to the prison and let them out. That's what you can do. One way or the other, that's the choice you make. And that's how you get from being stoic to being free with your feelings. You know? By making that choice to be free. Now, there are some reasons why we don't make the choice. So for some of us, it's because we're too afraid of what other people think of us. Because that can certainly cause you to not be free with your feelings, right? For some of us, it's the impression we want to give. We want to give the impression we're under control, or, you know, we know things and stuff. For some of us, it's we've been taught that stoic is good and emotions are bad. And we've just got to get rid of the idea that they're bad. For some of us, we've been taught that emotions are scary. They're not scary, they're like informative, you know, but we've been taught they're scary. So if we believe they're scary, we're going to have to get rid of the idea they're scary. Does that make sense? If we've been taught that they are like proof of our weakness, that's a big thing most of us have been taught. That when you're emotional, you're weak. You know, how many men have said that to you girls when you're crying? Oh, you're just being insipid now, or oh, look at you, you're just going crying again now we can't talk at all, or whatever. The implication being that when you're emotional, you're more stupid, right? You're dumber. None of these things are true. You're more intelligent, actually. But we have a set of false beliefs in us about our feelings that we are going to have to address. And they are the things I had to address, the first things I had to address. And without addressing that, I didn't receive any other truth until I addressed that problem. So all the things I share with you now, none of it I received until I addressed this problem. I didn't know these things beforehand. The emotions stopped me from knowing. The storage of emotions stops you from knowing. I thought I had everything sorted. But once I started going through my emotions, I realised I had nothing sorted. Nothing. My whole life, I realised, was a complete schmozzle, really, mess. You know, that was only sorted by going through the emotion. Make sense?
So amazing how, like, in total, how tied together the 5 tools are. Because, like, you need to be humble to accept truth, but you need to get the truth shared with you or see it before you get and choose to be humble.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's like one of the tools by itself is not going to work, is it? Yeah, what I like about it is that God's designed a system where every quality you need is every quality you need to go forward. Yeah.
I tried to do it. I couldn't.
Yeah, and you can't really have one on its own. Like you can't have one on its own because you need the other one to get there, and so on.
That's right. Yeah.
All connected.
Yeah.
Humility started your process. Was that the...
Yeah, well, you could say it was a recognition that I had to have faith in humility. I suppose you could say.
Yeah.
So it's the truth that I needed to have faith in humility. Yeah. Yeah, nowadays it's almost like every time I cry nowadays it's a relief. It's not it never feels like no matter even what I've got to cry about as well, it never feels like a terrible thing. You know? Yeah.
And that's just gotten easier over time, or it was always a bit more like that?
Yeah, at first when you start it, like every single thing is a major meltdown, you know, like because your capacity for emotion is about that big, you know, like anything beyond that, you sort of feel like anything beyond your limited capacity feels overwhelming. And so at the beginning it was, for me, it was like everything I felt was overwhelming, you know, every tiny little thing, you know. And now when I look back and I go, oh, there's a little thing, you know, why did you cry 5 days about that little thing for? You know, like that kind of thing. But at the time it was, you know, necessary. So I don't feel it wasn't necessary. It's just nowadays it sort of feels like the very things I was crying about nowadays I wouldn't even upset me at all. Like, yeah.
You feel like a leap of faith to go from somehow, you know,
well,
it takes you from here to here.
Are we on recording?
You're recording.
Yeah. So the statement made by Alwyn was that it required a leap of faith, but I don't know. It just required, in some ways, I just needed to surrender to an idea and see whether it worked before I could have faith in it. I suppose the truth of it is this, Alan. For me, it was more, I'd tried a lot of other things and none of them worked, but I hadn't tried this thing. So I sort of thought, well, I might as well just experiment with that thing, see if that works, because everything else I've tried hasn't worked, and I've never tried that thing, so it makes sense to try that and see whether that works. So that's how it was initially, but after I'd done it a few times, and it didn't take many times, it was only a few days really, I realised, wow, this is working. Like, this is what I need to do. Like, this is the sort of the missing ingredient or the missing link of my own progress. Up until then, I did a lot of reading and a lot of research. You know, I approached things the normal way I would before that time, which was more about, you know, investigating and getting as much knowledge as possible and all that stuff. And none of that caused much change to my happiness emotionally. And so I realised, well, none of that, even though the knowledge was, you know, interesting, at the end of the day, it didn't do much for me. And I also went and visited a few psychologists and everything and had a chat with them about what they would recommend and things like that. But everything they recommended was very intellectual in its nature, and I'd already tried it anyway. And so I thought, well, it's not going to work. That doesn't work for me anyway. I need to find something that works. And I went to this guy who was a body therapist, and he started poking some areas of my body, and I burst out crying. And I realised, well, that was really strange. He didn't need to say anything to me, and I started crying then. So once I did a bit of the body work, I realised that, oh, this is sort of bypassing my mind a lot. And that's really what I need to do, just forget what I was thinking so much and not worry about it so much, and just feel instead. And once I realised that I could feel by myself without needing anybody to poke me and prod me, it sort of built my confidence in the entire process that I can do it by myself, and I didn't need anybody to help me. So initially I needed somebody to help me, but they didn't even know what I was crying about. They had no idea. And they didn't need to know either, did they really? And in some ways I didn't even need to know, as long as I just released it and things would change. And my ability to reason was pretty poor at the beginning, you know, about it all. I just realised that the main thing I felt was relief afterwards, so I kept doing it. Does that make sense? And then I realised that, I was realising a whole heap of new truths that I'd never thought of before. Isn't that interesting? I'd never thought of these things before. And it all seemed to have come from the fact that I was feeling some things that I hadn't felt before. So once I started realising that, I put it all together, like logically put it all together as well, and could see the logic of it all. But before then I couldn't even see that. It was sort of like, just have a cry and I'll be better type of thing.
But isn't it strange how you're living proof of that, and yet we still, you know,
you have to do it for you. Somebody telling you is different than you doing it for you. Like somebody could have come along to me and told me all this, and I probably wouldn't have done anything if I didn't choose to do it for me, you know. It's only when you do it for you that you realise, oh, this works, you know. Like, and I look back at the person I was and I go, man, that person didn't know anything, eh? It's just like, and people around me thought I was clever. When I did my uni, I was dux of the course and everything. And when I was in school, I got A+ for everything and all that kind of stuff, you know. But looking back, I look at myself then and I go, I'm so stupid. Like, you know, because I didn't have any emotional connection to anything. Yeah. So once I realised the emotions were the thing, it was sort of like, it was sort of like, I just got to remind myself, be humble, be humble, be humble, be humble. Because that's really what it is, isn't it? Humility. Humility is feel everything, no matter what it is. So be humble. So I just started telling myself, be humble with everything, you know. And whenever anything was going bad, I was just, I'm not humble enough.
Was it situations where you kept crying and you didn't know what it was about?
Yeah.
And you didn't need to know?
No. I knew afterwards usually.
Yeah.
You know, I found out afterwards what it was about, but it was rare. You know, sometimes I knew in advance, but other times not. Yeah. Didn't need to know. You don't need to know. Like, you got to trust the soul.
Yeah.
You don't need to know, you know, what it's all about. You just got to trust the soul that it's going to work, you know. A child doesn't think in advance about what it's going to cry about. So after a while, you know, all this stuff I told you about children, I only worked all that out afterwards too, by the way. I realised that I was being more like a child. And then I go, oh, this is something, a way I can share with other people what it's like. You know, like a child doesn't think in advance about what it's going to feel. It needs to have a feeling now, so it has it. You know, it doesn't plan it all in advance. So I sort of realised, well, it doesn't really matter. You just need to learn to surrender to what's there right now. And whenever you're not feeling, it's because you're not surrendered right now to whatever it is you need to surrender to. And also, I never really had any good feelings either before then. Like, when I look back on it now, there were times when I thought I had good feelings. But now when I compare my good feelings with the feelings I had then, I go, it was barely anything, you know, like, that I really felt good about. It was only after I felt a lot of the bad stuff that I could feel good about things. And I also recognised that although I could recognise, like, you know, Archie's wearing red, I never had an emotional connection to red. I couldn't feel the colours. I didn't feel that, nothing felt alive either. I remember the very first time I was driving down to do some more emotional work, actually, and for the first time I was conscious of all the things around me and what was going on, and I could feel them. You know, like I could feel the trees, and I could feel the colours, and I could feel people, and I could feel people in the cars next to me. I could feel what they were feeling and things like that. None of that I could feel beforehand. And it was sort of almost like, oh, now I feel a bit more alive. Like, I can feel everything going on around me, you know, what's happening. Yeah. Strange. It was strange because it was like new sensations that I hadn't had all my life, this life. Yeah. Joe?
You mentioned like a few weeks ago about like with the entitlement stuff, grieving that you giving it up, like what would you say, grieving that you can't get it anymore, type thing. And like with the emotions, there's sort of like no memory of something.
No, well, that's the case with a lot of emotion. Look, a lot of the emotions were locked up at ages where you didn't even have a conscious, you couldn't have a logical thought, you know. You think about what happens in the first 2 years of a child's life where before its brain is anywhere near developed, the child is experiencing a lot of very hard emotions from its family and its parents in particular. So a lot of the things that are getting shut down in you during that phase, the child doesn't even really know what they are. As long as you can just let yourself feel what you felt. So there are many times when I'd just be cooking away and all of a sudden I just feel like crying, so I sit down on the floor and cry. Do you know what I mean? And that was very common, like where all of a sudden I'd just be overwhelmed with the need to cry, and I didn't even know what it was about oftentimes. I just felt overwhelmed with the need to cry, so I just sat down on the floor and cried for an hour. You know, things like that. It's just, you got to learn to sort of just trust the process and to see it as a process, not as a, at the moment, what I see, a lot of you are discussing your emotions. Well, what I feel personally is a discussion of emotion is really only beneficial after you've had them, because really before you have them, you've got no idea what they are. Yeah, Di?
And in those early days when you had the feeling to cry, were you praying, were you receiving God's love at the same time?
Well, I wasn't consciously doing so, no. I just, there were a period of time before I was 40, so this happened between 33 and 40. So, so by the time I was 40, I started having stuff about God again, and then I started connecting with God a lot more and crying about that and all that. But this period of time that I'm describing was the period of time before I connected to God. And I realized, and when I say before I connected to God, I realized now that I was connecting to God because I was allowing truth emotionally into me now, and things were hitting me emotionally which weren't before. So obviously that was happening without me knowing. Does that make sense? There are many spirits in the spirit world who have received God's love without them knowing.
So is that God's love when you're receiving truth? Is that God's love? Or
Not always, no, because you can receive truth independent of receiving God's love. Yeah, but the truth has to be in your emotion, has to be an emotional experience to receive truth. And so I started realizing that the reason why my capacity to understand was growing was because I was releasing emotions that stopped my capacity, you know, that hindered my capacity to understand. So and the more I surrendered emotionally, the more I allowed the release of these emotions which was stopping my capacity to understand. But I only realized these things afterwards. Like I'm describing it after the fact to you. And when you're going through it, it's not like that. It's just like, I feel like I need to cry, so I go have to cry. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't, I didn't even know what I was going to cry, what I was crying about half the time. Sometimes I did, other times I didn't. Usually if I knew what I was crying about, oftentimes I was in an effect. And it was only when I didn't know what I was crying about, oftentimes, that I was in the cause, you know. But sometimes that wasn't true. But for the majority of times, the effect is I was having a tantrum for a while, you know, crying about some things that I've sat about, that I knew about, and they were really just tantrums until I got to crying about some things that were the cause of those tantrums, which were the avoidant, which let go of the tantrum as well. But I just let myself go through it. Of course, nobody could live with me during it, because the majority of people would have stopped me. If my family knew how much I was crying, they would have chucked me in a psych ward, yeah, for sure, you know. Yeah. Al?
like, you know, God's created something inherent in us, which is a desire for good feelings, for, you know, joy. And then what we've done, just our whole life, I mean, I'm just saying this now, that we've created physical or emotional addictions because we want it, but we don't know how to get it.
That's right. We don't understand that the pain that's within us, when we avoid it, it also precludes good feelings. Yeah, and so then our addictions intensify in order to feel good. And the reality is now I can feel good just sitting down alone by myself doing nothing, you know what I mean? So it's sort of like, back before I started this, of course, that wasn't the case at all. I had to be pursuing something that I feel would make me feel good. It's remarkable how much, if you just follow God's way and trust it, how much in the end you come out with so much clarity. So now, you know, when I describe things to you now in sort of intricate detail in many cases, right? I didn't know any of these things. Like, I didn't understand any of these things. I couldn't just, even when I was going through them, I couldn't explain them to you. It's only afterwards that I've been able to put it all together and go, this is how it all works, you know, that the truth of it is now a part of my soul, so I now understand it well. But I didn't understand it well while I was going through it. All I understood was, if I feel, I'll get there. That's it. That's really all I really understood. And for the first 7 years of doing it, and I've been doing this now for nearly 20, this is my 28th year. So for the first 7 years, so the first quarter of doing this, I really didn't understand what was going on for the majority of my emotions at all. I had no idea. But I just trusted one thing, and that was, if I just keep feeling, I will progress. If I just keep feeling, I will feel relieved, and eventually I'll feel happy.
Thank you.
That's it.
Vanguard.
Yeah, well, I don't know. You know, obviously there are people in the spirit world who have done this, you know, but I don't see too many. In the first century, I didn't need to do this. So it was something I had to learn in this life. In the first century, all my emotions were pretty good. I didn't have many bad emotions, even when I was being abused and attacked. And sometimes, you know, like I had some pretty bad things happen to me in the first century. You know, sometimes I was being tortured and whatever. I didn't feel that bad, even during those times, because I never felt bad about myself in the first century time period. But in this life, it's been completely different. And so I had to learn that and trust that. Just got to feel my feelings. No matter how bad they are, just got to go through them. Yep. And nowadays, like, it's what I find remarkable about it is that things change around me just by me going through my feelings. And even Mary, you've been a testament to that occurring, haven't you? Mm-hmm. Observing me go through certain feelings, and then people just change around me from being nasty to being nice and all sorts of things. Yeah. Just because it's your soul that creates the attractions, not your intellect. So once you go through the feelings, things change around you quite a lot. And yeah, it's just amazing sometimes to me still how all I got to do is feel some things and some things change. Yeah. It was really weird with this recent thing with the company that tried to rip me off with the server. Yeah, because for the first week or two I was really quite sort of upset and angry about the injustice of it all and everything, and then I just thought, I'm not feeling again, so I just started feeling about it. And ironically, once I started feeling about it, the people started sending me emails to want to address it. Before then, they were just completely ignoring me. Like, completely ignoring me, like, as if I wasn't there. I'd send in lots of emails and nothing, no response, nothing. But then as soon as I started dealing with it emotionally, all of a sudden people start, and eventually this CEO of the company which is like a multinational. They've got tens of thousands of employees. Contacted me.
You've got to speak to the manager.
Yeah, and the sales manager of the entire country in Canada as well.
You didn't speak to the CEO. She spoke to the CEO.
No, but he gave it some attention, you know, and he wanted to. He actually said via her he wanted to know from me what was going on, and so I had to send a summary and everything. But none of that happened without me feeling some stuff first. Yeah, and I was utterly convinced at that stage that, and they were going to just ignore. They in fact had sent me a bill already for 13,000 Canadian dollars. Yeah, it was so unfair. Yeah. Given it was only like. Anyway, once I started connecting to it and I released a lot of feelings about it, I had a few nights crying, didn't I? And then released a bit, and then I realised I was a lot calmer about it. And no, there is a principle here, and so I just focused my attention on the principle with my emails to them. And there's many times when they tried to manipulate me out of the principle, but by this stage I dealt with a lot of my feelings. Yeah, it's just strange. Thanks.
Just want to share a similar experience, not that dramatic, but when we was seeking the tourist visa for Australia, and I got hers, and there were weeks after week, and I didn't get mine, and I thought, what the heck is going on? I'm not getting it. Yeah. And then I went down to the cellar and had a cry. Yeah. And when I came up, I looked at the mail. There it is.
Yeah. No, I've had many experiences like that. That things have changed around me after I felt. Yeah. But also, I've changed. Like now, I understand things. And I also now am very quick at understanding people's feelings and very quick at understanding even what they're trying to say when they don't know what they're trying to say, and all that kind of stuff. Like back then, it was impossible for me to do that. It was like before I started with my feelings, I couldn't do any of that. I was just I would take everything at face value back then. Everything presented at me, I'd just listen real carefully and try to work it out that way, you know, and I could not sense a person's feelings. So now I can describe to Mary exactly the feelings that she can't feel, right? And you can connect to them after I've done it, can't you? But back then I was like, I couldn't do that. I wouldn't have a clue who I was living with felt, you know. I didn't even have a clue what I felt. Like, that's how crazy it was, you know. Yeah. So all I can do is encourage you to do the same. Yeah. And when you think about it, it is the definition of humility, isn't it? Yeah. So you know these teachings that I'm sharing with you about humility, and these all came from these experiences of realizing things. And the more I've been able to receive God's truth, also the more I've been able to remember. I couldn't remember much. I couldn't even remember this life, anything below when I was 12. I couldn't remember any experiences below when I was 12. I couldn't remember what we did, how our life was led. Now I can describe to Mary what happened when I was 2 or 3. But I couldn't do that then. I didn't remember any of it. Yeah. Di?
And did you teach these same 5 principles in the first century?
Yeah.
So you taught them in a similar way to what you're teaching us
No,
now?
better than what I'm teaching them now. Because I'm not yet in... Well, there were 2 phases of my teaching in the first century. I started teaching other people when I was about 24 in the first century. So I wasn't yet at one with God, but I didn't have a very deep understanding of how emotional everybody was and how their injuries were affecting them so much.
That's what I was wondering.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, because you wouldn't have known how.
But after I became at one with God, I understood those things. Yeah. It makes sense?
Yeah.
You don't have to experience something yourself to understand them once you're at one with God, because God understands them, and God can share the understanding with you. but I didn't have it through personal experience. In this life now, I've gained the personal experience of coming out, of getting out of sin, really, and how tricky and difficult it is, because that's not what I experienced in the first century. But I did understand why it was difficult for others, because God had shared with me why. Does that make sense? But now it's been a personal lived experience of why, which is different than God sharing with me why. Make sense? Yeah. Yeah. So in a lot of ways, Mary knew more about why people found it difficult. Once she became one with God, she knew more about why, because she'd lived the personal experience of why. Whereas I sort of hadn't lived that personal experience of why. Yeah. But now I have, solidly. Yeah. Yeah. Sandra, and then Seth.
I'm just wondering, Jesus, like when you were like in your stages of development of your humility, was it fundamentally also because you didn't have a very selfish, you weren't a very selfish person, as in like you had, you know, in how your character was? Did that influence your willingness to desire that truth?
Probably partially. My upbringing was that none of my family really cared about me very much, or spent much time with me, or understood me in any way, or rewarded me for anything I did, or anything like that. So I hadn't had a lot of personal addictions established by the time I was in my 30s, aside from just doing things for other people all the time. And one of the biggest things I've had to learn is actually how to love myself properly, because I didn't really have a concept of that at all.
And wasn't one of your motivations to
avoid emotion?
Feel, when it was so that you could love your voice properly.
Yeah.
You could love
My
others properly.
main motivation was, I knew that I
had enough character to know that you wanted to love others. You just didn't get how, and then as soon as you sort of learned that, you were like, I'm doing it because I want to love.
The reality when I began, I really wanted to die, but I felt that I couldn't because I still had my sons. If I probably didn't have my sons, I probably would have died. I would have pretty killed myself. But because I had the two boys, Tristan and Caleb, my feeling was I couldn't harm them so much by killing myself. That would make them, like, I could feel that would make them, you know, they'd hurt from that decision. Even though they might not care about me very much, I knew that they'd hurt from the decision, you know, that they'd been abandoned and other things that they would feel, and I felt like I can't do that. So then I realised that the only thing I can really do is be happy. I can't just live. I've got to learn how to be happy. So that's what caused me to start this quest about how to be happy. I thought, before then I didn't really have a personal quest to be happy. It was more like making other people happy. But I didn't really have much of an idea of how to be happy myself. And so I decided that at least for the sake of my two boys, that I had to learn how to be happy. And if I couldn't be happy, I couldn't teach them how to be happy either. So I realised that I had to learn how to be happy, even if it wasn't for my own sake originally. I had to learn how to be happy with life and happy with my life and so forth, because I wasn't happy. And so that caused me to feel like, well, how do you go about being happy? Like, what do you have to do to be happy? And then I realised I had a lot of feelings in me that were sad, not happy, you know, like, and it made sense logically to me that I couldn't be happy while those feelings were in me. Yeah. So then the question came, well, how do I get them out of me? And I read a lot of stuff about it initially, but then I realised that reading about it didn't make it better. And it was only when I started the bodywork thing that I realised, I'm releasing some things. I'm connecting with some of the sadness now. That's good. Because before then I couldn't even connect to it. And once I started connecting to it, then I realized, I feel a bit relieved now, because that's as good, you know. And so that sort of, there was a gradual change in my belief in holding on to emotion versus releasing it. And once I became convinced that releasing it was the way to go, then it became my focus. Like I lived for releasing emotion. Does that make sense? And literally that was the case. Everything I did was about, if I had to go and cry, then I go and cry. Like, and I found that it distressed everybody around me if I did it in front of them. So I never did it in front of anyone else. So I lived alone. I had a house that I owned. At the time, I owned 10 houses, actually, 13 houses actually. But I lived in one of them, and I still worked and everything during this phase. But every time I needed to cry, I just went home. And if I needed to cry for 3 days, I cried for 3 days. And if I had to cancel work, I cancelled work. And does that make sense? Like I just did what I needed to do. And fortunately, I had enough sort of income coming in to be able to do that. And I realised trying to tell any people, sometimes people would get a bit of a glimmer that I was doing this, you know, and they'd ask me about it. But I found that even explaining it to them, they'd think I'm an idiot. And all that did was shut me down. And all that did was cause me to worry about what I was doing. And so I thought after a while, there's no point involving anybody else in it, because all they do is worry. Like, they worry because they worried about their feelings. They worry about yours too. And so after a while, I felt like, well, that's pointless doing that too. You just don't. The best thing to do is not tell anybody, like, and just go through it. You know, yeah. So you know, when you guys say, I've got to go and talk to that person because I've got to tell them about how I'm feeling about this, I go, why? Having them feel something is not going to help your feelings. So during that time I learnt a lot, but I didn't really know how much I was learning until afterwards. Yeah. So it's very strange. Yeah. And this is why with you guys that I can tell when you're not doing it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Because it's easy to tell when you've done this. It's easy to tell when somebody else isn't doing it. Yeah. But it was an enlightening period of my life too. I found out a lot of things. And by the way, I had to make a lot of decisions. During that time, I lost my religion. I lost all my friends. I lost my family. I lost my marriage. I lost my children for a period of time. I lost not access to them, but they didn't want to see me for a period of time. I lost everything. Yeah. My job, my welfare, my every friend I had a lot of friends. Like there were probably 3,000 or 4,000 people who knew me, and I lost all of them.
I find it amazing that even though you were going through these losses, you were still so convinced that this is the way.
Yeah, the conviction made me feel that it doesn't matter what losses I had. This was the way forward, you know.
Yeah, like this passionate, like so passionate and dedicated. That's what just like really.
Not only that, if you lose something, it means you never really had it in the first place. Is what I realised too. That you know, a lot of the relationships I lost, they weren't really relationships in the first place. All the friends I lost weren't really friends in the first place. And yeah, and I often think about the people who were my friends now. Even I often think about it. Some of them have passed actually, and I've spoken to them since. And there's some who are still lined up waiting to talk to us actually, who have now passed, who would like to talk to me about all of that time period of my life. And you know, their decisions and choices. But yeah, for me, it was like, well, this is the only thing that's bringing more happiness, and so I've got to do it. And when I say bringing me more happiness, obviously I went through a lot of sadness to get to that happiness. But also, like I said to you, I wasn't scared anymore of feelings. I was when I started, I was like panicked about feelings. Now it's like feelings are just like little things, like ants. Like I said to you last week, ants. You know, God's universal truth compared to my emotions is ants' emotions. God's universal truth, giant emotions. You know, my feelings, ant emotions. You know, like, but when you're going through them, they don't feel like ant emotions. They feel like terrible. You know, and you got to get used to feeling terrible. Ironically, the faster you get used to feeling terrible, the less you feel terrible. It's such a paradox, isn't it? And as I was going through these different things, new truths started coming to me then. And that was during that time, before I reconnected with God. During that time, I realized that God still cared about me. Even though I hadn't reconnected yet, I had a period of time before the time where I wanted to kill myself, that I thought God hated me. And I thought everybody hated me, God hated me. I was told by everybody that I was doomed to eternal destruction, because that was the religious upbringing I had. And I felt I was as well. Yeah. But again, it's just a feeling that I needed to feel. And once I went through the feeling and came out the other end, I realised, actually, no, that's not true. God does love me. And I actually realised as well that God actually would love all of his children, even if his children have no desire to listen to him. I had that realisation for the very first time in my life, actually, in this life, you know. So there's a lot of truths that came to me. Part of it made it a bit easier that I already knew them in my soul. But so when a truth came to me, it was pretty solid when it came. But without the emotional work, none of it would have came to me. Yeah. And the only reason for me describing this to you is so that you learn to have some confidence in the process, you know. So I don't have a need to describe it to you to make you feel sorry for me or sad for me or anything like that. It's more just, this is the process that you have to go through. Everyone has to go through it. If you want to have a connection with God and with God's truth, you will need to go through it. You need to get to a stage where you surrender emotionally to everything that you feel. And at the beginning, it can be pretty scary because most of what you feel is bad. Yeah. And during that stage, I remembered my torture from the first century. I was tortured 4 or 5 times in the first century. I remembered those. There were a few murder attempts on me in the first century. I started remembering them. I had no idea what these memories were about because I didn't know who I was at this stage. So I just had these memories that started appearing to me. And I went through the memories like as if I was tortured. I went through the torture and went through the feelings. This was before I knew who I was, by the way. So it was like I had feelings of being tortured and I felt like, well, I just needed to feel them. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I remember how I was tortured and just needed to go through them. And yeah, so I didn't even understand that. I didn't understand that. That to me was crazy. Like, why was I having these feelings when, there's no scars on me where I was tortured now. But I actually started feeling at one point that it would happen to me somehow in this life. That's how I felt. For a period of time until I realised that's not true either. And then I started having some doubts about the whole process, and I go, well, and the thing that got me over my doubts was the fact that I'd let go of a lot of things previously using the same method. So I thought, well, even though I've got doubts about this torture thing, I need to just feel what it's there, so I need to feel it, you know. So I felt it. And nearly 3 years after that, the feelings of those things, I realised why. 3 years before I could actually face my own identity as a feeling, you know. And once I started facing my own identity, which was probably the hardest thing to face, that I had to face of all the things that I've done, and I realised why I had all those torture things and all those other things that happened, you know. Yeah.
To me, it feels really valuable that you share this experience of your experiences, of your process, because that gives me confidence.
Yeah.
It feels really good that you do that.
Yeah. I feel the real confidence comes when you do it yourself, though. Yeah. Up until then, it's sort of just a theory. And it's not until you do it yourself and you do it regularly, like all the time, that you start realizing, everything in my life's changing very rapidly now. And I had to make choices, like, as well, in harmony with morals. Because, you know, like one of the choices I had to make was I could feel I no longer love my wife, and my teachings were that I could never leave her. So I had to come to, and by leaving her, my family and my friends and all of my religious life, they were all going to shun me. They were all going to, in fact, they treated me as if I was already dead. So they'd walk past me in the street and not even acknowledge me. And my family would do the same, not even acknowledge me. I wouldn't respond to any of my phone calls. Wouldn't talk to me, and wouldn't acknowledge me in any way, like publicly or privately in any way. And it triggered a lot of feelings, as you can imagine, of rejection, but also it got rid of a lot of feelings about needing people's approval and acceptance and a lot of these other things as well, you know. So and it also caused me to change my viewpoint of what a family is, actually, as well. And so all the things I'm teaching you were learnt by going through these emotions, and then God's truth about these things coming to me afterwards, you know, as emotional states, you know. And so it was a very powerful experience. But one of the things I realised is you don't really appreciate it until you go through it yourself. It's not everything to do with the soul. You have to go through yourself.
I started to come in contact with terror, a situation when I lose my intellect, my mind. I'm just a little baby knowing nothing, and just sort of inside me screaming for someone to come and help me and sort it out. And I think I talked about this an earlier time about being a fetus in my mother's stomach. So,
but see, all that to me sounds very intellectual still.
I know when I say it, but I have started to go in. I have lived in it a lot.
Well, I question how much of that is your experience versus a spirit experience. A spirit who's causing you to feel this way. You see, for me, it wasn't like any of that. And also anybody who does this sincerely doesn't have these kind of things happen. So what I notice is that some people say that they are experiencing their own feelings, but they're still very scared of their own feelings. And so what they need is somebody else's feelings to exaggerate their own or to pacify their own feelings. And I see...
Pacify?
calm them down, make it easier to deal with. And so what I see is a lot of people, so what I recognise nowadays is a lot of people who say they're feeling their feelings are not feeling their feelings. They're feeling spirits who have had these feelings. Does that make sense? And this is the kind of thing, what you describe is the kind of thing that happens when spirits have their feelings through you. What happened to me was completely different to that. There was no consciousness of my age or my where I was, state
in your development or whatever.
Yeah, in terms of my physical development. They're just feelings, and all you do is have them.
But that is how it is when I'm there and have no.
But your desire to categorize it and analyze it, saying it's when I'm in the womb and that's all a symptom of not wanting to surrender. It's a way of managing.
It's all a symptom of not wanting to surrender.
Yeah.
And the trouble with you not wanting to surrender is that you're going to attract spirits having the feeling so that you can still feel that you had a feeling. So a lot of people, when you talk about feelings, they say, oh, now I've got to try to have feelings. And so what they then do is open themselves up to spirits having feelings through them. And this is something that happens very regularly with hypnotism, you know, with going to a psychologist or some kind of hypnotherapist or whatever. This kind of, what you're describing is very much a hypnotist type of experience. And that's very different to having your own feelings. And I've learned to recognise the difference between those two states. And yeah, my experience is not the same as that. And so the key is to not worry about that, but just go, okay, if the person who's gone through his feelings can say to me that my feelings are maybe spirit influenced, and when I say to you, I'm not saying maybe, but you would be thinking maybe. You understand the difference. Yes, yeah. Like when I say something to you, I'm saying what I know to be a truth, except when I'm saying this is my personal opinion. This is not my personal opinion. You understand?
Yes.
But you will see it as my personal opinion. You understand? This is how you see it right now, as my personal opinion. Now, even if it is just my personal opinion, you need to consider, it is something I had to consider. Was I being, once I understood, I never had a belief in the spirit world when I began this process in this life, because I didn't remember the spirit world in any way. And in fact, I preferred not to remember it. There's too much pain remembering it. You know what I mean? So I didn't want to remember it, and I didn't believe in it. And once I went through some feelings, I started feeling the spirit world and started understanding the spirit world better. And I also could recognise when people were being influenced in their feelings and not actually feeling their feelings. And the many people I see, once they hear divine truth, they start thinking they've got to feel their feelings. But frequently they still don't want to feel them, but they won't say to themselves, I don't want to. They want to tell themselves they want to. And this is you, Anna. You want to tell yourself you want to feel feelings when I still feel you don't want to feel feelings. So in that state, you're very open to other people feeling feelings through you and thinking that you are your own. Do you follow me?
I understand, yes.
Yep. And to actually get out of that place, you have to be really focused on feeling your own feelings, wanting to feel your own feelings. And to recognise that you don't want to feel your own feelings is a very powerful thing. Most of you think it's a bad thing to recognise that. After I've said these truths, you think it's a bad thing. But it's actually a very powerful thing, because you realise then that any feelings you're having while you don't want to feel are probably not your feelings, right? And it's only when you want to feel your feelings that you'll actually have your feelings, right? And it's very easy for somebody who's gone through this to tell the difference. Besides the fact that you can see spirits around you having their feelings through you and why they want to have them through you. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But when I say these things to people in their individual circumstance, the average person says, oh, that's only his opinion. Do you understand? To themselves, because they would prefer to believe they had the feeling than they would to believe that they didn't have the feeling and they had another person's feelings. You follow me?
So because I have came in this feeling situation when I lost my mind and feel totally lost.
But where did the thought come from that it was in your mother's womb?
It's come after.
It's got to come from outside, because if you were in the actual womb, you wouldn't know you were there.
No.
Would you?
No.
No. So if you actually had a feeling that appeared in your mother's womb, you would not actually know you're there. So you would never have a thought associated that you were there. Somebody else had to tell you. And this is my suspicion. It's not my suspicion, it's an actual fact, but I'm telling you it as something you should be suspicious of.
That is a theory I have created afterwards, because when I am in the feeling, then I don't have that connection. But what my question now is next time that happens, then I know that it's a spirit affecting me. So what do I do in that situation?
Well, all you need to do is say to yourself, well, I obviously don't want to feel something.
Oh.
Only reason why a spirit would come and feel something through you is because you'd prefer to feel their feelings than your own.
Oh.
So that's all you got to do. It's a simple thing.
Okay.
There's many times when I see other people wanting to feel spirit's feelings rather than their own feelings, because it also confirms to them they sort of go, while I'm feeling the spirit's feeling, then it means I'm feeling something. So I feel like I'm doing something. And a lot of people just want to feel like they're doing something even when they're not. So it's like it's a very attractive way to enter into an addiction with a spirit, because that way you get to feel like you're progressing when you actually aren't. Does that make sense?
Yes,
and a lot of times we fool ourselves, don't we? So you're going to be quite careful of it, but it's very easy to solve. It's not, none of these things are hard to solve. You can go, okay, I'm getting informed about my feelings here. This is weird because I haven't really had them all properly yet. So something's going on. Someone is communicating with me. And by the way, it won't be God, because God knows that when you feel, after you've felt your feelings, you will then know what's going on. Not during and not immediately after either. Like I said, there are many times, for me, it was 3 or 4 years after I dealt with other things that I knew what was going on. So don't expect to know what's going on within a moment. If that happens, you're being told. And by the way, no divine love spirit would do that to you. So it's indicative of the fact that the spirit who's doing it is not, on God's way. And you don't have to stress about it. You just need to go, well, obviously I don't want to feel something here, so what is it I don't want to feel? Yeah? Yeah. Now, many times I will state to you things that I know to be a certainty, but I'll state it to you as if it's something you need to consider. Right? The reason why I do that is because I'm gentle with you and I let you have your own decisions. But if you ask me, do I believe it's true? I'll say, no, I don't believe it's true. I know it's true. If I believe something to be true and I didn't know it, I wouldn't share it with you nowadays. Unless you said to me, what do you believe? And I go, oh, this is what I believe. But don't live on it because I don't know, is what I would say. So when you guys asked me about earth change events, I said, well, I believe these things might happen, but I don't know. I didn't present them to you as a truth. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But some of the things I do present to you as a truth, I know to be such. When I say all the things I present to you as a truth, I know to be such.
I think it's, perhaps I'm lying to myself now also, but I do think it's valuable to hear that this experience is not me, because then I can
Well, see, this is where you've got to take care, Anna. Let's say I was somebody else and I'm suggesting to you this thing, and let's say I don't know. If you were just going to just take it at face value without experimenting, then that would not be good for you.
No.
So I want to show you how God wants to talk to you. What God does is God's got you in his hand, right? But God's presenting truths to you, but he's not saying to you, Anna, you have to accept this truth now. He never does that. What God does is this. He says, here's the truth, Anna, but I want you to experiment with it. Because if you experiment with it, in the experiment, you will end up going through an experience that confirms the truth in your heart to you. Do you understand? Now, this is very different than somebody saying, here's the truth, you just got to accept it, isn't it? God never does that with you. What God's doing is God's saying, here's the truth, Anna. If you experiment with this truth, and this is how I've learnt every single truth I've ever learnt, the first century and now, by the way. So I'm describing to you actually a message that John wrote in the Patrick Messages, because I told John, this is how I experienced everything, and he wrote it down. But this is how I experienced everything in the first century and everything now. God presents a theory, a fact to me, but God presents it as experiment with this. He doesn't present it as you got to experiment with this or else. Do you understand? Yes. He says experiment with this, see how it works out. And I, because if I'm humble enough, I will experiment with it. In the experiment, I will find the confirmation of the truth. Now, because it's a personal experience that I've actually had myself, it now can be confirmed as a truth. Does that make sense to you? And the reason why God does it this way is because God knows the truth can only enter you emotionally. The only way it can enter you emotionally is if you go through an experience. You follow? He can't just say, here's the truth and you will accept it. He has to be able to say, here's the truth, experiment with that. You experiment with it through your own desires and everything. You experiment with it. It gets confirmed through your experimentation. Now it's a solid truth in you. Now you know it's true. And it's not, you don't just know it because God told you. So you could take an approach, couldn't you, with God, with the conscience. You could take the approach, everything I hear in the conscience is just basically true and I just got to accept it. That's one approach you could take. That's not the approach God's trying to have you take. The approach God's trying to have you take is, here's a truth that you hear via the conscience. Now experiment with it so that it can enter here, your heart, your soul, not just your intellect. He's saying, if you experiment with this, it will eventually enter here. But you've got to experiment with it for that to happen. It makes sense to you? Yeah. Very important thing to understand about how God shares truth. So anybody who just presents the truth to you without you having the experiment first is not a person connected to God. You understand? Yep.
I guess it's the same with the
See you, Alison.
Thank you.
Yep. No worries.
I guess it's the same with the physical laws, like gravitation. You have to experiment before you can.
Correct.
Start.
So if you think about how a scientist, there's two ways a scientist can learn, isn't there? There's like, let's say I'm a scientist, and this will appeal to you all. As a scientist, you're going in blind. Let's say if you're going in blind right at the beginning, that's the hardest form of science, isn't it? Because you've got to come up with your own experiments. You've got to come up with experiment after experiment after experiment. Pretty much most of them are going to fail. And then after 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years, for some scientists that we've known on Earth, it's been their entire life. Right when they're 80, they've come up with the answer to their experiment. Do you know what I mean? Like they've been experimenting for 80 years and then they found the answer, right? So that's one way. You could say that's the way the majority of the world follows when it comes to science. The other way is for God to tell you what the right thing is and you do one experiment to confirm. Does that make sense? Yeah. That's the other way. Now, obviously that way is a lot faster. And it makes sense that if God knows what the truth is, if I can hear what the truth is from God, then I'll be able to construct the experiment or experiments in direct harmony with what truth is that I receive so that I can get confirmation. Once I have confirmation, it's in me. Once it's in me, I'm done. It's a fact in me. And remember, it's already a fact outside of me. isn't it? Like all God's truths are facts outside of me. And there's an infinite number of them, because God's infinite. There's an infinite number of truths that are facts outside of me. How rapidly I accept these truths will depend on how fast I can engage each experiment that God shares with me. So in the first century, once I realised that, I realised, the biggest experiment you can try is receiving God's love. That's an experiment. That's a real good experiment. And once I started realising that that was an experiment, it took me till I was in my 20s to recognise that experiment. In terms of really solidify it as a logical argument inside of me. Obviously, before then, I was receiving love without really understanding or knowing how. But once I realised what the experiment was, then I could engage it with a positive action, and things changed very rapidly for me then. So it's the same for you. You've got two choices. You come up with 100 experiments or even 1,000 experiments, and you try each one, and you'll probably be trying them for the rest of your life, and still, if you're lucky, you might get an answer by hitting on the one experiment that actually works. Do you know what I mean? But the other way is God presents experiments to you and you try them and they enter your heart that way. That's the other way. That's the best way. That's my experience. But the reason why God wants to present it as an experiment to you rather than actually presenting it to you as a fact that you feel is because you need to go through the process in order to feel. So any time you feel something is true before you've done an experiment, it's not your feeling. Does everyone understand that? So a lot of people come up to me and say, I know you're Jesus. I say, no, you don't. You've never experimented with that. You've got no idea. Somebody's telling you, and you're having a feeling that from somebody else, and you're just not recognizing that. It makes sense? Because you've not gone through it yourself to know that. And none of you here have gone through that yourself, actually, yet. Oh.
Could that just be a feeling of faith?
Well, there's a difference between faith and knowing, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's also a difference between somebody telling you and you thinking you know, and you actually knowing for yourself, right? So you actually knowing for yourself requires the process that God has defined for you to find truth.
Yeah.
And that is this personal experiment and the experience. None of you have experienced me as Jesus yet. You haven't. If you did, you would listen to me a lot more intently than you do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It would make sense, doesn't it? Yeah. You wouldn't go away going, I don't know if he's right or whatever, or I don't think he's right there. You'd be pretty much definite, wouldn't you, if you knew in your heart? Yeah. So you haven't experienced it yet, right? And partially that's because you haven't experienced God to a degree yet, for many of you. So the experience is required, and the experience is obtained through an experiment. Yep. So when it comes to the emotional things we've been just talking about today, the experience comes through an experiment with your emotions. Unless you experiment with what I've taught you today, you will not experience it, and then you won't know. Make sense? So very important to understand the difference between getting told. See, many of you have been told. In fact, many of you wouldn't be listening to me now unless you'd been told. You understand? Because for many of you, that's the only way you'd be here under the circumstances that you're currently in, is that you're being told by someone who's quite insistent, saying, no, he is, and you've got to listen. Do you know what I mean? So many of you have been told, but it's not personal yet, not a personal feeling yet. To have a personal feeling, you've got to go through experiments, and to go through experiments, you've got to know what they are. Somebody's got to tell you what they are, and then you've got to go through the experiment and go through the feeling and the experiences, and then you'll know. But if you're not experiencing your own feelings yet, how are you going to experience God's? How are you going to experience other people's feelings? How are you going to know? Unless you go through your own experiences, your own emotions. You won't know. Yeah? So Sandra, and then...
How do we experiment with you being Jesus?
Well, that's something you have to work out, isn't it? And it's something, by the way, God can tell you.
So once God tells me, then I have to put it into an experiment.
Yeah, why not?
I'll be putting you under the microscope. That's how I
well, that's what you've tried doing.
I think everyone's engaged in that experiment right now. Yeah.
That's not a personal experiment. Like, it's like saying, you know, how emotional is this? You get out an ant, squeeze it into your microscope, into the two plates and look at it. Has that involved you very much emotionally? No. The experiment has to involve you somehow, doesn't it?
Right.
It's your soul. It's going to have to involve you. It's the same with all the truths from God. They're all going to involve you. You remember that it's the external truth entering you. It's going to change you. Whatever it is going to change you. If it hasn't changed you, then it hasn't been done. Or it's not true, one of the two. Yep. You follow?
I don't get why it's so important.
What's so important?
That I have to believe that you're Jesus. To me, it's like...
When you say it's so important...
Who said it's so important?
I find it interesting. That tells me that you don't have much connection with God Edge yet. Because you would understand its importance if you did. Yeah. But I'm not saying it for my sake, by the way. I'm saying it for yours.
Yeah. But also, I like it's interesting. Oh, I can't get it all out. Doesn't matter. Like, there's a lot of if you could feel God, you'd feel its importance, but you don't. Yeah. But you feel somehow pressured that it's important, which is also showing me something about your feelings. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a fear in it for you.
Not only that, you're almost proud that you're listening without believing that. And logically...
I mean, I've been told, I know that.
Yes.
And I just don't doubt it. I feel like I don't doubt it. But then
no, you do.
Talk about, hey?
You do. You're going to doubt things until they are in you. That's how it is. You're going to doubt everything until it's in you. You know, at this stage, you even doubt that God loves you. Right? Because if you knew God loved you, you'd keep asking for God's love more and more, wouldn't you? And it'd be really important for you every day. You wouldn't give it up, and you know what I mean. So until you're going to have doubts until it's a personal experience, right? That's natural. That's natural. The problem with doubt, though, in many cases, it's a chosen state. Your doubt of me is a chosen state. Yeah. You understand? Now, that's different than looking at evidence. So many of you say to me things like, oh, but over the years I've listened to you and it's made a lot of logical sense and blah, blah, blah. That's just you looking at external evidence. That's not the same as it being in your heart and you know. You understand? Not the same. You know, I can present external evidence that you should feel your emotions, but that doesn't mean you will. I can expect, you know, present external evidence that God exists, and that doesn't mean you feel God. You have to go through the experience in order for these things to occur. There's an experience I had to go through to accept myself as the Messiah. You're going to have to go through the same experience. You understand? Everybody who becomes at one with God goes through the experience.
Kind of like, as I was saying it, I could feel, actually, no, it is important. I started to...
There's a lot of logical reasons why it's important, but it's also, there's also a lot about how God shares truth and why God shares truth with somebody first, and the economy, God's economy, and there's so many things involved in it, as well as God's appointment of people to look after certain things.
Hierarchy.
When you say hierarchy, not hierarchy of law, which is what hierarchy really refers to. I'm talking more about gifted responsibility, and why God does that. So there's so many things involved with who I am that you have no idea about at this stage, and I'm still remembering, by the way. But it's not going to be real until you feel it. Yeah. When you do feel who I am, you're going to take a lot more notice than you currently do about what I say. Does that make sense? Yeah. And actually, it's going to make it easier for you to progress. See, at the moment, many of you got a lot of distrust. And what that does is it makes it harder. You've got to analyze everything, and you've got to nitpick everything, and you've got to, you can't trust it, right? Because you haven't had the experience yet. So you've got to nitpick everything and analyze everything and be careful about everything and wonder about everything and worry about everything and all that. See, people who know who I am don't do that. So that's how I know you don't know who I am, right? Because you still do that. And it's like the same with the spirit world. People who know the spirit world exists start planning for it. People who don't plan for it. And so that's how I know most of you don't, because you don't plan for it. So the actions demonstrate the actions, and you won't understand at this stage, but understanding who I am and actually feeling it is going to relieve you of so many burdens of worry about what I'm saying. You understand? Yeah. Just like me having connection with God stopped me having a lot of worry about what God was saying. You know, and the same will apply to you. This is why everyone in the celestial heavens knows who I am. In fact, one of the tests of a celestial spirit is that.
Have they been through that?
Do they know who I am? And do they know where I am? Because if they don't know I'm on earth and they don't know who I am, then they're not a celestial spirit. Because every celestial spirit knows. Because I've been through the experience. Make sense? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, you know, the majority of people on earth who believe they think they know that I am Jesus, it's just a belief, and generally it comes from a fairly strong spirit friend who's pretty convinced about they know, and so they can transmit that to you. And this is something that you must learn to respect. A lot of what you believe you know, you've only been told by somebody in the spirit world who does know. You understand? Yeah. And many of you don't respect this. Many of you think it's your knowledge, but it's not. Not yet. It can only be your knowledge after you've gone through the experience. You understand? So don't assume that everything you think you know came from you, because most of it doesn't. It comes from someone who loves you and cares about you, but who is not you.
Yeah, no, I've been realising that a lot lately, how much I've just been helped by natural life spirits all my life.
And as you connect to God, divine love spirits as well. Yeah. And it's very important to respect them and to respect the input they've had in your life. In the first century, without their input, I would never have become at one with God. Even though they didn't know how to become at one with God, and I knew before they did, I would never have become at one with God without their input prior to that. You've got to respect what people have done to help you. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's very important to do that. We have a lot of wonderful people around us, invisible people around us, who are working hard for your happiness. Yeah. Paul? Yeah. But it's an experiment process. You can't just be told. As many of you have been told by your spirit friends, and they want to, help you because they want to say, listen long enough to know, that kind of thing. But they also know that you have to go through an experience, an emotional one. Yeah. Archie?
It sounds like it's all very scientific and mathematical, the whole process.
It is. It is. Yeah, it's sort of like God's teaching you how to become a scientist, isn't it? In a way. He's teaching you how to be a student, in a way. Yeah. Student of the universe, Ellen?
So it seems to me that wanting to believe you are is kind of like you're wanting reassurance.
Yeah, and it's also quite dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Why would it be dangerous?
You're not trusting your own
Well, you're not letting yourself go through an experience. So unless you have the experience, you won't know. But also there's other dangers in just trusting that I am without going through the experience. What are those other dangers?
You don't know who you're trusting.
Isn't that dangerous? You could end up in a very disappointed state, not knowing who you're trusting. Couldn't you? Yeah. And a lot of regrets if you don't know who you're trusting. So that's dangerous for that reason. Is that what other reasons? Sandra and then Rani?
I'm just wondering, is that why we don't trust? Because
Partly.
we somehow believe it's going to be dangerous.
Partly, yeah. Partly you do, yeah.
I don't know why else.
Yeah.
I was thinking, does it give us then an excuse to kind of blame you for it being
Correct.
wrong?
Rather than it being your own choice and decision. So when I share a truth with you and you then you embrace it, and then something happens and you think, oh, that didn't turn out as well as I hoped, then you go, oh, I can blame him for it because I trusted him and I shouldn't have. See, if you know who to trust, you don't ever have blame of them afterwards. Isn't this the truth? If you really do trust a person and you make a decision for yourself based on that, you don't blame them for the decision, you blame yourself for it. Does that make sense? Yep. So the trouble with that, trusting me without there being a confirmation in your own heart that it's true, is that you're also giving yourself someone to blame later if there's an out. That's not very good. Right? So that's not dangerous. Why is there other dangers? There's other dangers. We go to Laurleen.
Because I want to be led, and I'll just leave you make the leading, and I'll just follow whatever you say.
Yeah, so it's dangerous to the exercise of your free will.
Yeah.
What you're going to do to a degree is to cede your will, right? And that's not what God wants or what I want. If Laurleen does something, I want Laurleen to make the choice for herself to do it, not because I suggested she should do it. Do you understand?
Yeah, I had a guru for 20 years.
Yep.
And I
Dangerous.
followed, and I made decisions based on what I was told.
Correct.
And they were not always good, and I understand a bit about how I just let myself be, like, it's
led.
what I do in life. I didn't take responsibility. I just let someone else do that for me.
Correct.
And it's also like what I do with spirits when they want to lead me, and I let all that responsibility, and that's a big problem in my life.
So the problem with doing it is the big danger is that it's going to you're going to not end up making your own choices and decisions, but God is going to measure your choices and decisions as if they were yours.
Yeah. And then I ended up blaming whatever,
Yep.
That's part of
But God's going to blame you.
Yeah.
So God's laws will blame you.
Yeah.
Yep. There's other dangers. What are some other dangers, Ella?
What you were mentioning, I don't know if it's last time or the time before, about our own spiritual growth, because if we're just following and not like for ourselves and just trusting someone or whatever, then our own condition is not really like we might end up somewhere in the spirit world that's like not.
Well, it alleviates you from making an experiment.
Yes.
And it's only the experiment that results in you knowing truth.
Yes.
So if you just blatantly just listen and do without going through the feeling process, there's huge dangers in that. Because in the end, you do things that you don't feel to do.
Yeah.
And God's going to attribute that as if you never did them.
Worse than that, God will, you will have negative consequences for the misuse of your will out of harmony with love.
Because that is misusing your will.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. To actually just do without feeling is misusing your will.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yep. Okay. Brittany?
And then if you do that, you might think that you're in a better condition than you're in and then pass and then be like,
correct.
what?
So there's other things like falsifying to yourself your own better condition. Yeah. When you believe that your own condition is better than it actually is, that's the worst thing. Right? It's worse than somebody else believing it, isn't it? Because you're fooling yourself. And that would not be good. It's never good to lie to yourself. In fact, the worst person you can lie to is yourself in a way, because you're going to be misled by your own thoughts then. Nobody can get you out of it when you lie to yourself. It's very hard to get out of that because it's you doing it to yourself. Like when somebody else lies to you, you can sometimes recognize a lie, or other person come along and tell you they're lying. But when you're lying to yourself, somebody else comes along and says you're lying to yourself, you go, no, I'm not. Because you're already lying to yourself. Do you understand? Yeah. It's very hard to get out of lying to yourself. So it's something you've got to avoid at all costs. Anything change you make has to be a real one. Has to be something you do within yourself for it to be real. And so it's very important that you just don't go, oh, I think he's Jesus, so I'm going to do that. That'd be a very silly thing to do. You understand? That applies when you're giving funds, it applies when you're donating or gifting, it applies when you come here to work, and it applies in every situation. It's got to be something you end up feeling, not something you're just doing because you're being led. Yeah? Yeah. And your spirit guides, who are divine love guides, are not going to do that with you. They're going to want you to go through the experiment. Yeah? And even if that takes you 10 years longer, it's better. Yep. Because it's going, once you go through the experiment, you're going to be solid. And also, I die, what happens to you if you're trusting only me? Because I could easily die. Like in the first century, 3 years after I became a man with God, I died. Right? So I could easily die, right? So what happens when you've been trusting me and I die? If you haven't learnt to trust God yet and go through the experiments that God's offering you, can you see you'll be left at sea? You won't. You'll be not able to progress beyond the point you are, whatever that point is. You understand? And so it's very important that you learn to not only to you got to go through the experience of knowing who I am, but at the end of the day, God is the one you've got to connect to, right? It's God's truth you've got to connect to, and that's got to be an emotional experience for you, so that when I die, which I will do, you can still continue growing and changing and becoming closer to God. And make sense? Yep. Owen and then Ella.
It's like relying on a dodgy sat nav.
You
don't take responsibility for finding your way.
That's right. You don't think, you don't feel for yourself. You just go, oh, it says go there, I go there. It says go here, it goes off the cliff. Oh, you know.
Dead end.
That's right. And not that I'm going to mislead you and take you off the cliff, but that's a part of the danger, isn't it? Part of the danger is that if you have this level of trust with other people who are untrustworthy, then you could be led in all sorts of places. Do you follow? So, and God doesn't even want you to have that kind of trust with God. God wants you to go through the experiment so that you have a feeling and you know. Do you understand? Like, so yeah, you have faith that God is good until you go through the experience, and once you go through the experience, you know God's good. And so after that, everything works a lot more smoothly, right? But if you just trust God, see, this is what a lot of religions are taught, aren't they? Muslim faith and Christian faith are taught. Just trust what the Bible says, or trust what the Quran says. Trust it as true, God's word. Big dangers in that, because you won't go through the experience. It won't be in your heart. You won't ever know for sure.
Just thinking when you're talking about, like, say, if you died or whatever, and you don't have it in your own heart, you're just trusting any person, but you as well, your own progress is inhibited. But also, even if you don't die, you're on your own most of the time. So if you're just waiting to be told a thing, then you're going to wait for someone to say, oh, you should do this experiment, so you do that one, and then sometimes...
So some of you only see me once a month,
yeah,
or once a fortnight or something, and we don't get a lot of private talk. So that means that you're going to wait your progress once a fortnight.
Yeah. So your progress becomes reliant on the person rather than on your own desire
and God. That's all it should be. Yep. No, there's many dangers. Yep. So just because you know who I am once you go through the experience, it doesn't mean that I'm going to treat you any differently that God treats you, which is encouraging you to go through an experiment and have the feeling in your heart in the end. That's what is always going to be encouraged. Yeah. Sandra?
And would you say it's also true that if I don't have it in my heart and then I'm put into a situation where someone else, like I'm actually destroying divine truth potential on earth for other people's connection to God, because I won't be trustworthy to say what I really feel, or I might be making it up, or just saying it through my own filters of what I believe, rather than what God has and you have taught.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let me put it another way. Anybody you talk to, if it's not in your heart, they would be able to easily see. Like if it wasn't in my heart, you would go, he's talking a whole bunch of stuff that he doesn't even believe himself. Right? And this is the thing, if it has to be in your heart really before you can share anything, doesn't it? Before then it's just an idea or a concept that you're sharing with someone, and it's okay to do that. Like if somebody asks me my personal opinion, I say, here's my personal opinion. If somebody asks yours, well, have your personal opinion. But in the end of the day, trying to imply that your personal opinion is God's truth is a very dangerous thing to do, isn't it? Because God's truth is out there, universal, perfect in nature. The only way it's going to get in you is by going through the experience. If you haven't had the experience, it's not in you yet. It's only an idea in your mind at that point. And you're not going to be convinced. So when you talk to me, you can easily tell when I'm not convinced about something versus when I am convinced, can't you? Like when I am convinced, I'm certain, I come across very certain, very forthright, right? When I'm not convinced, I'll just say, oh, I don't really know one way or the other, I don't know what to do, right? That's when I'm not convinced. I don't know, you know. There are things I don't know anything about. In fact, there's almost an infinite number of things I don't know anything about. Because God's infinite and I'm finite, there's almost an infinite number of things I don't know anything about. So I'm going to have unknowns. God knows everything. So you're far better off talking to God and connecting to God and going through that experience than you are about any other experience. That's the truth I'm trying to share with you, if you think about it, right? How to have that experience. Now, at some point, you're going to have to trust the teacher of the experience to go through the experience. Does that make sense? You're not going to go through the experience if you don't really believe the teacher of the experience, right? And that, you know, God in reality, God's only taught one person the experience directly. What I mean by that is, I was taught directly by God what the experience was. The rest of the people who have ever heard God's truth have learnt from me what the experience is. Does that make sense? Yep.
They still had to do...
Even if it's indirectly.
Yeah, but they've still had to do the experiment to have that experience.
Correct.
It's like what you were sharing before about all the stuff you went through with your emotions and learning, and then it's almost like you can now teach everyone the shortcut.
Yep.
You didn't have to just know the five...
I can teach you to have more confidence in just going through the experience. With me, it required many, many, many years of doubt and worry, and, you know, and what I'm trying to do is alleviate that burden from your life.
So that people can do a refined experiment.
That's right.
Rather than a long-winded one.
Yeah.
You just go, here's the things to experiment with. The same with learning about how to connect with God. You had to go through a whole kind of process, and then you're like, oh, this is the one thing you do. here you go, you can experiment with that.
That's right. And I can remember a whole heap of things about it as well and things like that.
But you doing the kind of open-ended experiment first to discover the way, then you can just teach the way. Not everyone has to do an open-ended experiment. They just do the single experiment.
That's right. Yeah. Sandra?
It feels to me like I've done everything against the experiment first, as in like what not to do first, all the
often people do.
The rebellion, every single thing before I even attempt the experiment.
That's right. Yeah, and it's sad, isn't it, in a way?
Yes, what a waste of life.
Yeah, but in the end, you can see that we have a lot of mistrust of people, and a lot of mistrust of God, and a lot of mistrust of goodness, and a lot of mistrust of love that exists in humanity at the moment. And you can understand why we might take 10 or 15 years to even just do one experiment. But once you've done the experiments properly and you receive the benefit of the result, then you become convinced. And then you can do things much more quickly because you can apply the same principles to every other experiment. Yeah. So for many of you, you've resisted the experiments, and particularly the experience of receiving God's truth into your heart emotionally, and also allowing God's love to enter you, which is an emotional process. And you resist those experiments, but actually once you have those experiments, you won't want to resist them anymore. Yeah. So the main reason why we resist is because of fears that we have and anger that we have and so forth. So we resist under those circumstances. Brittany?
And also, like, just as you're talking about the experiments and stuff, I feel like resting in my own assumptions has stopped me as well. Like, I realised that I've just been assuming that God does have the feeling towards me, like, if you should just know this thing. Like, you shouldn't experiment with yourself. You should just know this thing, and you're bad if you don't believe it, and I'm God, and you're Brittany, like... Yeah.
That's right. We think God's going to treat us like our parents treated us. And basically what they said is, well, I know the truth, shove it down your throat. Like, you're going to eat this truth, whether you like it or not, is really it's the same way they treated you with the vegetables, right? You're going to eat this vegetable no matter what, it's happening. And even if we're going to shove it down your throat. And that's really how we feel God's going to be with truth. And that's not how God is. God's very gentle with truth and he wants to have us go through the experience, because if you go through the experience, you'll be convinced afterwards. And God knows that. God's very confident in that once you go through the experiences, you know things. And so God's very gentle with the way God acts towards us. But the trouble is, oftentimes we refuse to engage God's experiments because we believe he's going to be like our mum and dad, which is unfortunate. We believe he's going to force it down our throats. So we believe he's going to punish us if we don't do it and things like that. And none of those things are true. Brilliant.
I feel like it's such a gift knowing you guys, like, because it's been one of the most convincing things for me because of the way that you guys are. The way that you are with us is because you're connected with God, or you want to be, and so I feel like that tells me something about God.
Yeah. Well, the more a person receives God's love, the more they tell you about God, don't they?
That's been
It's really good.
Yeah.
So you end up feeling more confident that God's a nice person. That God's the best person, actually. The best being. Lolly.
Through the experiment, we have to feel, and in feeling, we're expanding our capacity, which is what God wants us to do.
That's right.
And in that way, we also, if we go through the experiment of whether you're Jesus or not, we can take in that capacity of what you have inside you as well through that expansion, and therefore we can connect with God and then continue with that. And if we don't, we just go follow you. Not gonna.
I would say though the primary experiments are firstly with your emotion, to start working through your feelings, and the next experiment is receiving love from God. they're the two biggest experiments. And the issue as to who I am will help you. If you go through that, that'll help you greatly, because it'll iron out a lot of doubt, you know, where you worry. People worry when they hear truth, you know, like worry whether it's actually true, whether it's actually going to work, and whether it's actually going to be beneficial, and whether it's actually going to be nice for them. And, you know, they worry about a lot of things. And if you're not that worried about it, then you'll progress faster. Right? Simple as that. But you know, there are some things that are really important to accept first. Humility is the first thing to accept. The next thing to accept is truth, and the next thing to accept is love. Does that make sense? So the biggest experiments you can have are first with humility, then with truth, and then with love. And in fact, you won't even have the love experiment unless you receive some truth. And that truth has to hit your heart. So if you think about the tools, can you see the relationship? You've got to have some faith first, that doing these things will work. And then you've got to get to the stage where you experiment with humility, you experiment with truth, and you experiment with love. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Yep. And treat it like an experiment. Like, I don't know, me and Connie, when we get together, we experiment with things. It's sort of like fascinating, isn't it? Like you sort of go, oh yeah, we could try this and we could try that. And you're not sort of going, oh, I don't want to do anything. You're more along you're enthusiastic, aren't you, with the experiments? And this is what you need to be with your experiment about your emotions. Enthusiastic about it. And the same goes with your experiment with truth and the experiment with love, enthusiastic about it. And you'll find the more you treat it like a science project, and the more fascinated you become with it, the more rapidly you can absorb these truths that God can offer. And you can absorb them, but you have to go through the experiment to absorb every one of them. Yeah? Every one of them entails an experiment of some kind. Yeah. Hello?
I was thinking about this hit your heart thing, and I've just been like really resistive, but fear it in the last little while. But I was thinking, if you even take the same principles of what you're talking about this, and you embrace this experiment with your whole heart of how resistive you are, and you feel with your whole heart that feeling, you're very rapidly going to see how painful it is, right, and how bad it is for you, and how much you shouldn't do it, isn't it? So it's like this passion for the experiment goes, and even God's in a way doing that, isn't it? Saying, I give you free will to experiment with the painful way. Go for it, but do it wholeheartedly. Yeah, so right. You really, really get how bad that is. So you really feel the consequences. That's right. Yeah, that's right. It's kind of cool. Mind you, it's a lot better to experiment with the truth than it is with the error. 100%.
You experiment with the error, you're guaranteed a sad result. You experiment with the truth, there's hope that there might be a different result. Yeah.
But it's interesting, isn't it, Elle? Because it's like, you know, with your kids, where you try to mitigate outcomes for them. It's much more loving to go, hey, it's up to you how you use your will. I can see you using it unlovingly, but it's up to you. And then they crash bang into something and they feel that. Whereas you're like, oh, what about, here we go, oh, and it's almost like you're kind of trying to maze them out of the thing. And I know, because a lot of us do it with each other.
Making suggestions to people.
It's so
It's
damaging.
fraught with some dangers, you know. It's like, it's better to wait for desires than make suggestions generally.
Well, I'm even thinking like with that, you know, that's have your consequences. It's like, even I'm still working through this, as you know, it's like, well, anyway, it's sometimes like, it's even just when that happens, it's like you still got to like just stay back and go, okay, it's just got to play out. It's just got to play out. It's got to play out. The consequences. That's right. That's right. There's so many things in it. Yes. And you're right. They will learn then.
Yes.
Because at the moment I'm going, no. All the things we've mentioned.
Well, not only that, they'll develop a desire to learn.
Yeah.
See, what God's waiting for all of His children to do is develop a desire to learn from God.
Yeah.
Right. And that takes a long time for many of His children to do, and many haven't done it. When you desire to learn from God directly, you can mitigate a lot of these other problems. And you realise it when you desire to learn from God. It was something that I learned very early in my first century life, that if I learn from God, I can save myself and other people a lot of heartache if I learn from God. if I don't learn from God, I'm going to have to experiment, and some of my experiments, I'm going to have to experiment more, because God can't tell me what experiments to do now. I have to go for every experiment in order to work out something. Now, it does help to know that your experiments that are in harmony with love, truth, faith, and humility will always have better outcomes than your experiments with anything else. That's a helpful thing to know, isn't it? Because then you know, oh, I'm experimenting with arrogance. Probably not such a good thing to experiment with. You know what I mean? Or if you're experimenting with denial of emotion, not such a good thing to experiment with, because it's not in harmony with humility. So, you know, I'm experimenting with treating people badly and seeing how that works out. Not such a good thing to experiment, because it's not in harmony with love, right? And I'm experimenting with lying with everybody, seeing how that works out. Well, that's not such a good experiment, because it's in disharmony with truth. So you can see that even with the experiments you choose, if they're in harmony with the tools, the outcomes are guaranteed to be positive. If they're in disharmony with the tools, the outcomes are guaranteed to be hurtful.
I've been experimenting not being a facade, but not feeling how like the bad things that are coming out of me.
Correct.
So,
so that's still being a facade.
Yeah.
Yeah, facade, lack of facade is when you're completely honest with yourself about what's in you.
That's right. That's right. So you've been saying you're experimenting with not having a facade, but actually you're still experimenting with a facade. Yeah. And frequently we do things like that to fool ourselves, because we don't want to do the actual thing. But if you can remember, whatever experiments are also presented to you, because spirits can present experiments to you too. Whatever ones that are presented to you that are out of harmony with your tools, not such a good spirit making that suggestion. You understand? So in a week or two's time, there'll be a lot of scientists in our midst, all with all these different experiments. You know, what experiment are you doing today? Yeah. So I'd just like to encourage you guys to embrace these experiments, particularly the first one with humility. Just to really, like what I noticed for many of you is you haven't embraced it yet. You still fight humility a lot, and this is why you get angry and you get upset. You know, if you experiment with humility, the way to experiment is really, really simple. You just constantly go, how do I feel? And then just feel it. How do I feel? I'll feel it now. How do I feel? I'll feel it now. Does that make sense? Very simple, easy to do, easy experiment to do, and that can open you enough for you to start experimenting with truth. But if you can't experiment with humility, it's unlikely you'll experiment with truth. Anyway, guys, my bladder is full again and it needs to be empty, so it's probably time to finish.
Thank you.